Chapter 289. Leah Kane's fate was sealed the moment the 100 or so dark creatures appeared. After all, Leah Kane had already used up a lot of fighting aura in his battle with Han Shuo. That subtle cold light attack, in particular, had consumed a lot of fighting aura. Although Han Shuo, who had the mental strength of a Grand Magus, couldn't release Grand Magus necromancy magic, his enormous mental strength was enough for Han Shuo to summon a large number of dark creatures. Especially among these dark creatures, there were the ridiculously strong Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie. These three strange dark creatures were mixed in with the enormous army of necromancers. Their surprise attacks weren't something an ordinary person could defend against. Leah Kane had to deal with the Demon's Lair Edge's all-pervasive attacks while facing the two evil knights who were famous for their tyrannical strength. Naturally, he had to divert most of his attention. In this way, the three strange creatures' special attack method was naturally effective. Leah Kane was instantly injured by Little Skull's sneak attack and then trampled to death by the evil knights. More than 100 dark creatures submerged Leah Kane in an instant. The surrounding nobles and attendants were blocked by the dark creatures and couldn't clearly see what was happening. They could only hear Leah Kane's mournful screams. When Leah Kane's mournful screams gradually subsided, Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air, slowly chanted an incantation and sent all the summoned creatures back to the other dimension. When the dark creatures had dispersed, there wasn't even bone residue left in the center of the lawn, apart from blood. Everyone understood that Leah Kane was done for. He must have been torn apart and eaten by the dark creatures. The large amount of undried blood on the ground was proof of this fact. He's done for. Leah Kane is dead. He should be dead. Oh, how is this possible? He was killed so quickly. The onlookers looked at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air, and then looked at the bloodstains on the lawn. They all knew that the battle was over. Han Shuo had successfully killed the mad great swordmaster of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Leah Kane. Han Shuo had won this battle fair and square. He had displayed a miraculous martial skill from start to finish. In the end, he had used the most effective human wave tactic used by necromancers to drown a great swordmaster. This battle could be called a classic, no matter how one looked at it. Especially Leah Kane's cold drizzle attack and Han Shuo's miraculous martial skill of splitting himself into four. They were deeply imprinted in their memories. Amidst the hubbub of discussion below, Han Shuo stood proudly in the air, whistling towards the sky as he soared into the distance. He elegantly and confidently disappeared into a black, until no one could see a trace of him anymore. Not only did the onlookers in the garden house know of Han Shuo's great victory, even the commoners on the streets around the garden house knew that Han Shuo had won after seeing Han Shuo fly away. They all cheered loudly, as if they were celebrating a festival. First Prince Charles's face was frighteningly gloomy. No matter how he guessed, he never thought that Leah Kane would lose. This was simply unrealistic for him. The great merchant Cameron's expression was even more unsightly than Charles's. Standing behind Charles, Cameron's face was ashen. His gaze was lifeless as he stared blankly, completely at a loss as to what to do. As the operator behind the scenes of this wagered fight, Cameron had also bet his hard-earned capital. Just Fanny's buzzed merchant guild alone would cost Cameron his hard-earned capital. In contrast to him was Phoebe. The originally cold and arrogant Phoebe's face was now filled with uncontrollable excitement. Her small cherry mouth couldn't help but mutter to herself, "I'm rich, I'm rich." Ha ha, Brian. Oh, Brian, you really didn't disappoint me. Lawrence looked at Charles's gloomy expression and felt that he had never felt so carefree before. He laughed heartily and swaggered away from Charles and Cameron with Phoebe. "Let's go, father." Although Emily already knew that this would happen, as the woman behind Han Shuo, she still felt endlessly honored when she saw Han Shuo display his invincible might. The corners of her mouth curved into a happy arc as she said to old Han with a smile, "Inconceivable, an inconceivable kid, he." Old Han exclaimed in admiration as he walked out of the garden house with Emily. One by one, the officials and nobles walked out of the garden house. The details of Han Shua's great victory over Lia Kane were quickly spread. For a time, the entire Awesome City was talking about his elegant demeanor. Who knew how many noble ladies secretly regarded Han Shua as an object of admiration? Who knew how many nobles wanted to recruit Han Shua? Awesome City, inside the imperial palace, Ames and Candide, who had left earlier, were in the same room as His Majesty the King of Lancelot Empire. Candide and Ames were softly narrating the course of events to the king. After a long while, King Uhtred of Lancelot Empire suddenly shouted in a carefree manner, "Good, well done! I heard yesterday that he found the manufacturing blueprints. Today he killed Lia Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance. This kid is indeed worthy of my capital. Your Majesty, that's not all. Brian has grasped a mystical martial technique that is even more frightening. Not only can Brian become a top expert himself, if his martial technique can be popularized, it will have an immeasurable impact on the Lancelot Empire." Ames immediately added with a serious expression after Uhtred finished speaking. Uhtred was shocked when he heard these words. He asked in astonishment, "What's going on?" "It's like this." Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, began to explain in detail to Uhtred with a gloomy face. He narrated the details of Han Shua's defeat of Lia Kane in detail. Candide then added, "Your Majesty, Brian has a clean background and is loyal and devoted to the Lancelot Empire. For such a person, it is worth it no matter what price your Majesty has to pay." Being able to become the king of the Lancelot Empire, Uhtred's knowledge and experience were naturally extraordinary. After Candide finished narrating Han Shua's miracles, Uhtred's eyes shone with brilliance. After a moment of silence, Uhtred instructed, "Candide, I bestow the title of Count to Brian, a mansion in the northern part of the city, 10,000 gold coins, and a direct promotion from Dark Moon Emissary to Dark Sun Emissary. He has the right to investigate any information about the Dark Mantle. In addition, you will personally find Brian and let him choose an empty territory. For the time being, don't ask him about the martial technique. We must first let him feel our sincerity. Your Majesty is wise. I believe that Brian will definitely be endlessly grateful." Candide flattered, "Yes, Candide. This Brian was single-handedly promoted by you. Your contributions are also not small. I bestow you a medal of bravery as a reward." Uhtred said to Candide with a faint smile, "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Your subject is endlessly grateful." Candide was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed in gratitude. The Lancelot Empire's Medal of Bravery had a special meaning. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the Lancelot Empire could receive a Medal of Bravery. With this Medal of Bravery, it meant that Candide would enjoy the privileges of the Lancelot Empire for life. Even if the current king passed away, any prince who succeeded the throne could not use force against the Empire's meritorious subjects with the Medal of Bravery. In addition, the Medal of Bravery could be inherited. Even if Candide passed away, his immediate family members would similarly enjoy the privileges. Although the Medal of Bravery didn't have any real rights, this small medal was a proof of privilege. It was much more precious than an ordinary noble title. Therefore, even Candide was overjoyed when he heard that Uhtred had bestowed him the Medal of Bravery. He inwardly thought that this Brian was really his lucky star. Congratulations, Candide. Ames, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, gracefully turned around and congratulated Candide. "Many thanks." Candide replied with a smile. His face was filled with unconcealable joy. "All right, this is what you deserve. Because of your discovery, the Lancelot Empire may obtain a sacred swordmaster or sacred magus. I hope that you can better guide Brian and make even more contributions to the Lancelot Empire." Uhtred looked at Candide with a smile and slowly said, "Rest assured, your majesty, I will help Brian quickly adapt to the life of a noble in the empire. This kid's perception is very high. Sooner or later, he will become a pillar of the empire." Candide immediately guaranteed in his joy after receiving the Medal of Bravery. Nodding his head, Uhtred smiled and said, "All right, you guys can withdraw first. I will warn the Church of Light that they will not be allowed to act presumptuously in our Lancelot empire. Hee, I believe that the title of Count is only the beginning for that kid. I hope he won't disappoint me." Candide and Amis glanced at each other and didn't say anything else. They respectfully bowed and withdrew, directly returning to the dark mantle headquarters at Empty Ordas behind the Imperial Palace through the secret tunnel. Candide would start preparing the matter of Han Shua's noble title. Chapter 290. In just a few days, Han Shua's name had spread throughout Awson City. Due to Han Shua's identity as an archmage necromancer, as well as his killing of Liakane, he had proven his strength. Uhtred used the excuse of him finding the blueprint to confer the title of Earl on Han Shua. There was a magnificent mansion in the north of the city, with guards, maids, servants, and housekeepers. There were more than 100 rooms of various sizes. This was directly bestowed upon Han Shua by Uhtred. Although the title of Earl hadn't been officially bestowed upon him, it still couldn't stop the admiration and deliberate befriending of Han Shua. From the day Han Shua left the garden house, this magnificent mansion had officially belonged to Han Shua. In the past few days, many high officials and nobles came to visit. Unfortunately, the housekeeper kept saying that the master hadn't moved in yet, so all the visitors could only leave their gifts behind. Han Shua, who was the center of attention, didn't know what was going on outside. After leaving the garden house, he flew alone to the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He directly activated the transportation matrix at the entrance of the mountain and returned to the Cemetery of Death. After the battle with Liakane, Han Shua felt that he had benefited greatly. He slowly comprehended what he had learned from the battle, slowly recovering his magical yuan and mental strength. After spending an entire night's time, Han Shua's physical strength had reached its peak. He immersed himself in the bloodlust realm, his eyes bloodshot as he continuously circulated his magical yuan. Just like this, a few more days passed. Han Shua's crimson eyes gradually returned to normal. He lightly sighed, "I'm only one step away. Unfortunately, this step is like a bottleneck. I can't break through. I really don't know what's going on." Han Shua could faintly feel that he was about to break through to the bloodlust realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Han Shua tried, he couldn't smoothly break through to this realm. Breaking through in demonic magic required opportunity and comprehension. Perhaps after 1 or 2 days of comprehension, Han Shua would be able to directly break through to the next realm. Once he grasped this one step, he would be able to immediately advance. Blindly wasting his energy on cultivation wasn't a good idea. When Han Shua felt that he couldn't rely on bitter cultivation to advance, he couldn't help but temporarily give up on practicing demonic magic. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua took out the skeletal staff with 3 skulls of 3 different colors. Now, Han Shua was certain that this skeletal staff was transformed from the Eye of Darkness. This was because the handle of the staff had the aura of the Eye of Darkness. When Han Shua used the skeletal staff to gather mental strength to cast spells, he could successfully open the Cemetery of Death. Compared to the white bone staff he'd obtained from the Calamity Church, this skeletal staff appeared to be much more exquisite and ancient. The 3 different skulls seemed to contain 3 different kinds of power. When Han Shua held the skeletal staff in his hand, he could faintly sense a little bit of it. Without a doubt, this skeletal staff was definitely a treasure that belonged to the Cemetery of Death. Holding the skeletal staff and shaking it, Han Shua murmured, "Let's try this skeletal staff. Fallen undead warriors, answer the call of the Dark Emissary and reveal your existence." An ordinary skeletal summoning spell was chanted by Han Shuo as he waved the skeletal staff. His mental strength poured into the skeletal staff, and the 3 skulls on the staff suddenly lit up. Then, a row of 16 skeletal warriors appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo was greatly shocked as he looked at the 16 skeletal warriors that had appeared out of thin air. With Han Shuo's grand magus-level mental strength, he could only summon 8 skeletal warriors when he used the white bone staff to summon skeletal warriors. However, when he used the bone staff, he'd actually reached the highest level of summoning skeletal warriors, level 5. The number of skeletal warriors had directly doubled. This is too miraculous, Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim. Then he started chanting the Evil Knight summoning spell. When he finished chanting, 2 evil knights appeared out of thin air. Multiplied, Han Shuo was overjoyed. He then tried summoning the hate warriors and zombie warriors, but the results were the same. With the skeletal staff in hand, Han Shuo only needed to use the skeletal staff as a medium to chant spells, and the number of creatures he could summon doubled. After this experiment was successful, Han Shuo impatiently chanted another incantation, casting the canopy of necromancy and acid bog. In the end, Han Shuo discovered that both the canopy of necromancy and acid bog covered an area that was twice as wide as before. Good stuff, this really is good stuff. Caressing the skeletal staff, Han Shuo couldn't bear to part with it. He hadn't thought that this skeletal staff would be so miraculous. It could actually double the power of all necromancy magic, allowing Han Shuo's strength to increase once again. The skeletal staff had a peculiar appearance and seemed to be quite old. Apart from doubling the power of necromancy magic, Han Shuo faintly felt that there were other secrets hidden within the skeletal staff. Unfortunately, apart from using the skeletal staff to cast necromancy magic, Han Shuo couldn't find any other way to test it. A streak of white light flashed, and Emily's figure appeared in the transportation matrix at the center of the cemetery of death. Emily saw Han Shuo as soon as she appeared and immediately said, "I knew you should be here." The transportation matrix that connected to this place was in a crevice in the cemetery of death. Normally, Han Shuo would travel to the cemetery of death from that secret location in the back mountains of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Only Emily knew about this habit. Therefore, when Emily arrived there and saw the magic wands neatly arranged in the corner of the cemetery, she knew that Han Shuo was definitely in the cemetery of death. Why have you come?" Han Shuo smiled when he saw Emily appear and immediately pulled Emily into his arms. "You should hurry back to Awesome City. His Majesty the King has prepared the title of Count for you. Everything has been taken care of, and we're just waiting for you to return to Awesome City to be conferred the title of Count for you. Who knew that you would disappear for several days, and even the Dark Mantle couldn't find any news about you. Lord Candide is burning with anxiety, and asked me to help him find a way to contact you. I guess that you should be in the cemetery of death, and it looks like I've found the right person." Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and explained, "So it's like that?" Han Shuo responded, then chuckled and asked, "Then His Majesty the King is preparing to confer the title of Count on me?" "That's right. Apart from the title of Count, there's also a mansion in the northern part of the city and 1,000 gold coins. In addition, Candide seems to have even asked about the matters of your territory and is just waiting for you to take it over." Emily said, "Very good. I didn't think that the battle with Leah Kane would give me such great benefits." "Ha ha! It looks like the title of nobility isn't that hard to obtain after all," Han Shuo said with a smile, then stood in the transportation matrix with Emily. They activated the transportation matrix and directly returned to Awesome City. Mount Ordas, Dark Mantle headquarters. "Stinking brat, why did you disappear for 10 days? Candide immediately scolded when he saw Han Shuo appear. "I suffered some minor injuries after the battle with Leah Kane. I had no choice but to hide and recuperate. That's why I was a bit late." Han Shua lied, then looked at Candide with a smile and congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Candide. I heard that His Majesty the King awarded you a medal of bravery 2 days ago. Ha ha, congratulations. When Han Shua said this, Candide's gloomy face also revealed a bit of a smile. However, Candide quickly recovered and said with a straight face, All right, let's not talk about this for now. Give me your dark mantle, Iron Medallion. His Majesty has directly ordered you to advance to the rank of a Dark Sun emissary. Your luck is really too good. Let's go. Come with me to see His Majesty. Let His Majesty award you a noble title and bestow you with the territory you deserve. Candide said this and brought Han Shua directly to the imperial palace through the secret transportation matrix in the Dark Mantle headquarters. Not long after, King Uhtred summoned all the nobles of Asen City to see Han Shua in the vast imperial palace of the Lancelot Empire. Uhtred, who was sitting sideways on the throne, looked at Han Shua below and began to announce in a ceremonial manner Brian for repeatedly helping the Lancelot Empire defend against foreign enemies. I bestow upon you the title of Count, a mansion in the northern part of the city, and 10,000 gold coins. I hope that you will continue to work hard and make even greater contributions to the Empire. Many thanks to your Majesty. Han Shua, who had long since been warned by Candide, sincerely expressed his thanks. Yes, the easternmost Bretel city of the Empire will be your territory. This Bretel city occupies an enormous area, but it's also full of chaos. I hope that under your leadership, it will be restored to its rightful order. Uhtred raised his voice. When they heard that it was Bretel city, the nobles who were listening all revealed flabbergasted expressions, as if this Bretel city was very famous. Thank you, your Majesty. I will definitely take a good look at Bretel city and restore it to the Empire's rightful order. Han Shua replied respectfully, All right, that's all for today. Everyone is dismissed. Uhtred looked at Han Shua a few more times, then waved his hand to indicate that the court meeting was over. Everyone left one after another. Chapter 291. Bretel City was located in the easternmost part of the Lancelot Empire. It was next to 7 duchies that were constantly at war. None of the 7 duchies were as strong as the Lancelot Empire and were constantly at war all year round. However, once the Lancelot Empire attempted to invade the 7 duchies, the originally warring duchies would immediately unite and resist the Lancelot Empire's invasion. Individually, the 7 duchies couldn't contend against the Lancelot Empire. However, once the 7 duchies united, their strength would surpass the Lancelot Empire. Fortunately, the 7 duchies couldn't unite. Otherwise, if the Lancelot Empire really faced an attack from the 7 duchies, it would truly be somewhat difficult. Bretel City was one of the cities of the Lancelot Empire that was locked in a stalemate with the 7 duchies. Bretel City occupied an extremely large area. Unfortunately, because it was located in such a remote area, it was also affected by the war between the 7 duchies. There were all kinds of people mixed in the city. Brian, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for a count like you to possess such a large territory. Bretel City's area is about the same size as Valen City. Normally, only those with the title of Marquis have the qualifications to enjoy such a city. Bretel City is indeed a bit chaotic, but it's just right for a spirited young man like you to manage. Once you manage Bretel City well, it will be of great benefit to your future prospects. If you want to obtain the title of Marquis or Duke, it will depend on whether you can grasp the opportunity. Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights, looked at Han Shua and explained in a deep voice in a secret room. Han Shua, who was sitting opposite Candide and flipping through the information on Bretel City, nodded when he heard Candide's words. He put down the information in his hands and raised his head, saying, Bretel City is barren. The land can't be used to grow any crops, and only produces some special iron and silver ores. The 7 duchies are at war with each other all year round. bandits, and thieves run amok there. Even some duchy's regular armies can disguise themselves as bandits and loot the towns around Bretel City. Such a chaotic place with such a valiant people is indeed an interesting place. So, what do you think? The current Han Shoa was already a count. After killing Leah Kane in the garden house, Han Shoa's strength had been fully proven. Even Candide no longer treated Han Shoa with the attitude of a superior talking to a subordinate. It was as if he was treating Han Shoa as an equal. I don't have any plans for now. Wait until I get to Bretel City and see the situation. Han Shoa replied indifferently. That's good. Keep these documents well. They will prove your status as a lord of Bretel City. The former lord of Bretel City has been deposed due to his incompetence. The city, Lord's Mansion of Bretel City, is now yours. You can take over everything with these documents. Also, Bretel City has Bretel and Bretel City Army. Perhaps you aren't good at leading troops into battle, but I think Lawrence will communicate with you in this regard. You only need to protect Bretel City from being invaded by those duchies and bandits, and maintain order within the city. Candide said, All right, then I'll leave first. If there's anything, I'll contact you through the magic mirror at the Dark Mantle Stronghold in Bretel City. Han Shoa nodded and said this to Candide before leaving the Dark Mantle headquarters. In a mansion in the north of the city, Han Shoa strode in. A butler was already waiting in front of the door. Upon seeing Han Shoa walk in, he immediately said, respectfully, Honorable Count, you have finally returned. My name is Kalas, and I am the butler of your mansion. Hello, Kalas. Can you tell me more about the matters regarding the mansion? Han Shoa asked with a faint smile. Kalas was a white-haired old man. His clothes were not extravagant, but they were clean and tidy. His manner of speaking was refined and courteous. He should have been in this line of work for many years. After hearing Han Shoa's words, Kalas immediately said respectfully, Honorable Count, this mansion has belonged to you since you defeated Leah Kane. Everything is operating normally inside. In the past few days, a total of 35 Austin City nobles have come to visit you. We have received a total of 73 gifts, all of which have been properly stored away. As Kalas spoke in a soft voice, Han Shoa noted down all sorts of information regarding the mansion. From Kalas, Han Shoa learned that many nobles' territories weren't in Austin City. However, they would have a mansion in Austin City that was usually used to stay when meeting with His Majesty the King. Of course, there were also some nobles whose territories weren't flourishing enough. They didn't like to live in their own territories, so there were many nobles who lived directly in Austin City. In short, it was fine as long as they returned to their territories regularly to handle some matters and ensure that there wouldn't be any major disturbances within their territories. This mansion had been bestowed upon him by His Majesty the King. There were all sorts of maids, servants, and stewards within. Han Shoa had the right to dismiss them and had to pay them a certain amount of salary every month in order for them to maintain the normal operations of the mansion. Kalas had described some miscellaneous matters in great detail. All right, Mr. Kalas, I understand all of this. All right, bring me to the drawing room and invite Lawrence and Miss Phoebe over. I want to see the two of them. If anyone else asks, just tell them I'm not here. Through the Demon's observation, Han Shoa had already discovered that there were many people who came to make friends with him in this mansion. These people were arranged in different rooms, so they couldn't know each other's movements. The Demon that had been injured during the battle with Leah Kane had already recovered after being nourished by the blood essence in the cemetery of death. Although he had used up a few drops of blood essence, the Demon was no longer in danger. Yes, Lord Count. Kalas responded and brought Han Shoa into a spacious drawing room before respectfully withdrawing. This drawing room was as big as a basketball court. 7 bright lights hung from the ceiling, and the floor was covered with a soft carpet. There were many comfortable chairs placed around it, making it look very spacious and bright. After a while, Lawrence and Phoebe came over together. Lawrence laughed heartily and said to Han Shuo as soon as he entered, "Brian, congratulations! I heard that His Majesty the King was conferring a title on you today, so I found Phoebe and came over together. I thought that you would come back." After winning a large sum of gold coins, Phoebe appeared to be glowing. Her charming face was filled with a bright luster as she looked at Han Shuo with a fiery gaze and said, "Brian Cameron is finished this time. The merchant alliance he formed suffered a huge loss because of him. His allies no longer trust him. The crisis facing our Buzd Empire has been resolved." Seeing the two so happy, Han Shuo smiled and nodded, saying, "I plan to go to Bretel City. It's full of chaos and very interesting. If Bretel City can develop well in my hands, it will also be beneficial for you, Lawrence. I already knew that you would be in charge of Bretel City. Bretel City is indeed very chaotic. The personalities of the commoners are much tougher than those of Awesome City. The armies and bandits of the Grand Duchies would occasionally loot some of the surrounding villages. For so many years, the city lord of Bretel City has been powerless. This caused the merchants of Bretel City to leave the city one by one. The nobles and commoners have lost confidence in Bretel City. I reckon that it won't be easy for you to quickly take control of the situation once you arrive in Bretel City," Lawrence said with a frown when he heard Han Shuo mention Bretel City's matters. The Lancelot Empire had sent out armies many times in an attempt to invade the 7 Grand Duchies through Bretel City. However, they returned in defeat time and time again, causing the Lancelot Empire to finally give up on this idea. After the armies had retreated, the remaining tens of thousands of Bretel City's city guards couldn't contend against any of the duchies. It had become a habit for those duchies to take the opportunity to loot Bretel City. However, although the 7 Grand Duchies had the strength to occupy Bretel City, they didn't do so due to their mutual misgivings and fear of provoking the Lancelot Empire. They only looted Bretel City from time to time, but never truly occupied the city. Therefore, the city lord of Bretel City was very sullen. Bretel City itself wasn't as strong as any of the Grand Duchies. Bretel City's land was barren, but it wasn't small. However, there wasn't much profit to be reaped from it. His Majesty the Empire also wasn't willing to spend a huge amount of manpower and resources to garrison Bretel City to resist the 7 Grand Duchies. In this way, Bretel City had become a tasteless existence, but a pity to abandon. It would be a pity to abandon it, but there wouldn't be any profit to be made if they didn't abandon it. Therefore, it was very awkward. "Don't worry, I know what kind of place Bretel City is. I have my own plans. In any case, His Majesty has given me full authority to manage Bretel City. I will take good care of Bretel City." Han Shuo chuckled evilly as he answered in a mysterious and unfathomable manner. "What do you plan to do?" Lawrence asked after a blank stare. "You will know when the time comes. I will make Bretel City even more chaotic," Han Shuo said with an evil smile. Chapter 292. Senior Brother Lawrence, I have some things I want to discuss with Brian alone. Phoebe glanced at Lawrence and said softly. Lawrence stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He chuckled and said, "All right, don't worry, Brian. Before you head to Bretel City, I will arrange for some generals who are good at fighting to go first." Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Then many thanks. I really don't know much about some battle strategies. With the help of your people, I think they will definitely be of great help to me. All right, you guys chat. I'll be heading back first. After a while, I will personally go to Bretel City to visit you." Lawrence winked at Han Shuo and Phoebe, then walked out of the living room with a smile. After Lawrence left, Han Shuo immediately took a step forward and pulled Phoebe into his arms. After a series of lingering kisses, Han Shuo directly carried Phoebe and fiercely rushed into the bedroom. He forcefully flung Phoebe onto the spacious and soft bed. Then Han Shuo pressed down on top of her. As their clothes flew off, The two naked bodies were entangled together. Phoebe's low moans were seductive and seductive as she desperately catered to Han Shuo's thrusts. They were entangled until there wasn't a trace of strength left in them. After the violent storm subsided, Phoebe lazily leaned on Han Shuo's wide chest. Her delicate fingers gently slid down Han Shuo's body as she murmured in satisfaction, "I can't leave with you for the time being. Cameron's merchant union is facing the crisis of disintegration because of the huge losses from this bet. Our Buzzed Merchant Guild has made a huge profit this time. It's a good opportunity to clean up the mess and make it difficult for Cameron to escape this time. You should first deal with the matters of your merchant guild. Brettle's place is very chaotic. Wait for me to stabilize the situation first," Han Shuo softly said as he gently caressed Phoebe's tender shoulders. "Oh, right, there are some missing materials from last time. I've collected all of them for you during this period of time, so I'll give you these first." Phoebe suddenly remembered the list that Han Shuo had given her last time. There were still a few rare materials missing. She exclaimed softly. As soon as he said this, Han Shuo was pleasantly surprised and said, "That's great." The place of extreme water was in the Valley of Sunshine. Now that all the materials had been gathered, Han Shuo could first plant the Water Elite Zombie in the place of extreme water. After a while, he could directly harvest the Earth Elite Zombie. Phoebe lazily rubbed her space, ring, and materials slowly appeared one by one. Han Shuo conveniently put them into his space ring. When all of this was done, Phoebe took out a crystal card and handed it to Han Shuo with a smile. "I made a huge profit from this time's bet. There are 300,000 gold coins in this crystal card. You've just arrived in Brettel City, so you'll definitely need money. Take it first." Hee. So these 300,000 gold coins belong to you. I've also bet all the gold coins you've handed over to me before. You've made a huge profit, haven't you? The Buzzed Merchant Guild had taken out 700,000 gold coins to bet on Han Shuo and Leah Kane. According to the odds of 1 to 5, the Buzzed Merchant Guild had won 3,500,000 gold coins from this bet. 355,000 gold coins was definitely a huge sum. Most large families would only have this much wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. Even the Buzzed Merchant Guild itself was only worth around 1,500,000 gold coins before this bet. But because of this grand bet, the Buzzed Merchant Guild's wealth had doubled. This also meant that the Buzzed Merchant Guild had officially become a major financial magnate in the Lancelot Empire. 300,000 gold coins wasn't even a tenth of the bet's total, but it was a huge fortune for Han Shuo. Looking at Phoebe's charming face that was asking for a reward, Han Shuo was ecstatic as he slapped Phoebe's perky butt and said with a laugh, "Not bad. The gold coins in your hands are indeed in the right hands." "Of course," Phoebe said proudly. 300,000 gold coins in Han Shuo's hands was like a meat pie falling from the sky. In his joy, Han Shuo ignored Phoebe's pleas and directly hugged Phoebe, pounding into her until Phoebe didn't even have the strength to speak. The next day, the slowly awakened Phoebe left Han Shuo's mansion through the back door under Han Shuo's escort. After Phoebe left, Han Shuo returned to his bedroom and opened a cupboard. He used a key to fiddle around in the dark crevice, and a passageway automatically split open under the cupboard. Every noble's mansion usually had a secret room to store things or do some secret things that couldn't be known by others. This mansion bestowed by His Majesty was no exception. When Candide had met with Han Shuo at the Dark Mantle headquarters, he'd already told Han Shuo all the secrets of this mansion, including this underground secret room. Walking down the passageway, Han Shuo saw a large empty room. Apart from a few empty cupboards, there was nothing else inside. Placing the magic wand in one of the cupboards, Han Shuo directly passed through the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was gloomy all year round. Apart from the white bones that littered the ground, there were no signs of life or change. After leaving the cemetery of death, Han Shuo let out a light breath and gazed into the depths of the dark forest, concentrating his senses. Why hasn't the fire elite zombie finished so late this time? Han Shuo frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. The Earth elite zombie and Wood elite zombie definitely hadn't been unearthed for as long as the fire elite zombie. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo could sense the fire elite zombie's prolonged aura, Han Shuo really would have thought that something had happened to him. Could it be because of the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus, or because the Lord of the Flames is there? Han Shuo pondered for a moment and guessed inwardly. Unlike the Earth elite zombie and Wood elite zombie, the place of extreme fire had nurtured the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus. Chu Kanglin's memories didn't describe what would happen if that happened. In addition, there was a terrifying Lord of the Flames there. What was even more peculiar was that the Lord of the Flames seemed to have treated the fire elite zombie as his child. With so many strange things added together, the fire elite zombie must have been affected. Otherwise, the fire elite zombie wouldn't have taken so long to emerge. Forget it. I'll plant the water elite zombie for now. Han Shuo didn't think too much about it. Since he could still sense the fire elite zombie's aura, he knew that there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he decided to first go to the Valley of Sunshine and plant the water elite zombie in the place of extreme water. It didn't take long for Han Shuo to fly from the dark forest to the Valley of Sunshine's sphere of influence. Han Shuo first arrived at the Soul Destroyer mercenary group and landed on that strange cliff. Strangely, Han Shuo didn't sense the aura of Dark Dragon Gilbert. He only saw Grant when he entered the cliff. When Grant saw Han Shuo arrive, he immediately bowed respectfully and explained, "Leader and Gilbert took on a mission and aren't here for the time being." "What's the situation like now?" Han Shuo and the 3 Een demons circled around and discovered that the number of mercenaries here had increased by 200. These 200 people were all unfamiliar faces. Therefore, he understood that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the process of expanding. What else could it be? The major powers have gone from fighting in the dark to fighting openly. They've been fighting fiercely during this period of time. Loritin's Cairo mercenary band is the most powerful. The other 3 parties have no choice but to band together and fight against the Cairo mercenary band. A few bandit powers occasionally participate. In any case, the Valley of Sunshine is in a mess now. Grant smiled as he explained to Han Shuo. "Oh, right. After the previous incident, did the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo come looking for trouble with you?" Han Shuo recalled that he had killed Ferguson and heavily injured Ada Menlo. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Ha ha, those 2 parties indeed hate our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unfortunately, they don't know where we are. Even if they want to take revenge, they don't know how." Grant seemed very pleased with himself as he laughed heartily. "I see that there are many new faces in the mercenary band. Will there be any problems with these people?" Han Shuo's heart moved as he asked. "Don't worry. The mercenaries we've chosen have all gone through strict checks. Those who can enter this area are all trustworthy. Ha ha! Thanks to your help last time, Loritin has allowed us to recruit in the Valley of Sunshine. This has saved us a lot of effort." Grant looked gratefully at Han Shuo as he smiled. "All right, since Trunks and the others aren't here, I'll be leaving first." After inquiring about the information he needed to know, Han Shuo bid farewell to Grant and flew directly to the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the glorious Tanai Cairo mercenary band had already gotten to know Han Shuo. When they saw that Han Shuo was entering the valley, they didn't have to go through any formalities and even smiled at Han Shuo. Their attitude towards Han Shuo was very friendly. After Han Shuo entered the Valley of Sunshine, he headed straight for the shop. When he arrived at the Merchant Union, he activated the Great Formation without another word and descended into the well. He took out the materials from his space ring and sank to the bottom of the well. He summoned Little Skull at the bone-chilling bottom of the well. According to Han Shuo's instructions, Little Skull summoned an ordinary-looking zombie with the next summoning spell. Then the Little Skull disappeared and Han Shuo pressed the zombie warrior into the center of the place of extreme water. He threw in all the strange materials and gathered all the water element energy in the place of extreme water towards the zombie warrior. Chapter 293. With the experience of refining the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, Han Shuo didn't spend too much effort on the water elite zombie. When Han Shuo had finished and leapt out of the well, Han Shuo suddenly sensed two unfamiliar presences. The Shura Soul Formation was still operating in the courtyard of the shop, and it was filled with a deathly aura. The Calamity Church's dark, grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda were pacing back and forth outside the formation, not daring to enter. They looked at the gloomy courtyard from the surrounding rooftops. The aura of death within the Shura Soul Formation was thick, and the two of them couldn't clearly see what Han Shuo was doing inside. Han Shuo could clearly see the two experts of the Calamity Church when he walked out of the well and raised his head. Edwin and Belinda obviously knew that great danger lay below. Therefore, although they looked at the changes below with astonishment, they didn't dare take the risk of entering the formation. They appeared to be quite cautious. Han Shuo knew that Edwin and Belinda had already understood the dangers of this place when the experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had ambushed this place last time. It was only natural that they didn't dare approach this time. Han Shuo walked to the eye of the formation and sent a beam of dark light into it. The originally howling wind and deathly aura of death dissipated in an instant, and the formation returned to its normal state. Han Shuo sat down on the chair in the middle and looked lazily at Edwin on the rooftop. He said faintly, "Mr. Edwin, it seems that you're always this sneaky every time you come. Is this how your Calamity Church does things?" Although the strange changes in the courtyard had disappeared, Edwin and Belinda didn't dare walk down. They chuckled and said, "Sorry, let's chat up here for a while. Congratulations on killing Ferguson, but you've also angered the Church of Light. They'll pay any price to deal with you this time. Ha ha! Our Calamity Church sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you're willing to join us, we'll pay any price." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Han Shuo had rejected them last time, and now Han Shuo was still rejecting them without any room for discussion. "All right then, since you're not willing to join our Calamity Church, can we discuss our cooperation?" "Hee. The Church of Light has already dispatched a small group of Temple Knights. Their goal should be to deal with you. Although there aren't many Temple Knights, they are all true experts. This is the Church of Light's sharp sword for eradicating heresy. They are on their way to Bretel City and are waiting for you. Even if you didn't come to the Valley of Sunshine this time, our people would have notified you when you arrived at Bretel City. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you here, so I'll tell you in advance. Let's see if there's any possibility of us cooperating." Edwin was very sincere, telling Han Shuo such an important piece of news first. Han Shuo couldn't help but frown when he heard Edwin's words. The headquarters of the Church of God of Light was located in the most powerful Odin Empire on the profound continent. There was also the Angela Empire between the Odin Empire and the Lancelot Empire. The Temple Knights had always protected the Church of God of Light. For them to dispatch a small group of Temple Knights just for Han Shuo, it seemed that the Church of Light had truly made up its mind. "I won't be cooperating with you for the time being, but I might contact you if I need anything." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Edwin. Edwin immediately chuckled when he heard Han Shuo's words. "Our Calamity Church and the Church of Light are mortal enemies on the profound continent. The enemies of the Church of Light are our friends. All right then, our Calamity Church might appear by your side when you run into trouble. We'll meet again then." Edwin and Belinda didn't linger after saying this. They looked at each other and cautiously left Han Shuo's roof, quickly disappearing from sight. Han Shuo immediately moved after Edwin and Belinda left. He released all 3 of his demons and had them follow behind Edwin and Belinda. He wanted to see why the two were staying in the Valley of Sunshine. Edwin and Belinda were extremely careful and made many turns along the way, on guard against enemies following them. However, their figures still couldn't hide under the surveillance of the three Een demons. In the end, Edwin and Belinda actually entered the headquarters of the Cairo mercenary band together. Because they were tailing them in secret this time, Han Shua didn't openly enter the Cairo mercenary band. Instead, he hid in a place not far from Tanai and used the three Een demons to spy on Edwin's movements. Han Shua had actually guessed that Edwin had hooked up with Loretin when Edwin and Belinda had snuck up on him. Otherwise, Edwin and Belinda wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly after Han Shua had returned to the Valley of Sunshine for only a few hours. The Valley of Sunshine was the Cairo mercenary band's sphere of influence, and the Calamity Church's eyes weren't that wide. "Mr. Edwin, you went to see Brian?" Loretin immediately asked when Edwin arrived. Nodding, Edwin thanked him with a smile. "Thank you for informing me. I just saw Brian." "Oh, right. How are the preparations coming along?" "The 300 death guards of the Calamity Church will arrive in the Valley of Sunshine in the next 2 days. Anyone can get the mithril mine, but we can't let the Church of Light take it. Otherwise, if they make mithril armor out of it and equip the Templars, it'll bring us great trouble in the future." Loretin's expression was cold as he said in a sinister voice, "Don't worry, as soon as your death guards arrive, I'll immediately mobilize the Cairo mercenary band and flatten the powers around the mithril mine. Humph, I almost died there last time. I won't be so careless this time. The three great powers will pay with blood this time. Ha, that's for the best. If the Church of Light wants the mithril mine, then we'll make them pay with their lives." Edwin had a sinister smile on his face as he discussed the details of the operation with Loretin. Han Shua listened for a while and memorized all the contents of their conversation. When Edwin and Belinda were about to leave, Han Shua took the lead and silently left the Cairo mercenary band. After leaving the Cairo mercenary band, Han Shua immediately left the Valley of Sunshine and returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He once again inquired about Trunks and the others' movements. From Grant, Han Shua learned that Trunks and Gilbert would need some time before they could return. Han Shua didn't stay in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He immediately flew back to the Cemetery of Death and returned to the secret room in his mansion. Not long after he walked out of the secret room, Steward Kalas respectfully said to Han Shua, "My Lord Count, there's a young lady called Fanny who wishes to see you. She says that as long as you mention her name, you'll definitely see her." Han Shua blanked and suddenly remembered his promise to Fanny. When he'd left last time, Han Shua had said that he'd look for her within a few days. Who knew that he'd become so busy that he'd forgotten about this? Now, Fanny had actually come looking for him. "She's there, take me to her." Now that Han Shua had his own mansion, if Fanny and Phoebe frequently came looking for him, the relationship between Han Shua and them would be exposed sooner or later. Just thinking about this gave Han Shua a headache. Seeing him so anxious, Steward Kalas was somewhat astonished. He immediately said respectfully, "My Lord Count, please come with me." After a while, Kalas brought Han Shua to the room where Fanny was. He pointed inside and said, "Miss Fanny is inside. You can leave first. Don't let anyone come in," Han Shua instructed. After Kalas left, Han Shua braced himself and walked in. With a glance, he saw Fanny sitting in the center. This time, Fanny wasn't wearing a magic robe. Instead, she'd changed into a navy blue dress. When she saw Han Shua walk in, she immediately snorted coldly and looked at Han Shua with cold eyes. "My Lord Count, you finally have the time to come see us commoners." "I'm sorry. Because of some matters, I was a bit late. It won't be like this in the future. Fanny, you must forgive me." Han Shua smiled wryly. Apologizing as soon as he'd walked in meant that he was in the wrong. It was only natural that Fanny would be so angry. "This isn't the first time. It seems that you've never fulfilled your promises." Fanny's face was still expressionless as she looked coldly at Han Shua. Smiling wryly at Fanny, Han Shuo raised his hand and said, "I was wrong. You can punish me however you want." "All right then. I'll forgive you as long as you promise me that you'll be an honorary teacher of the necromancy major." Fanny thought for a moment and glared fiercely at Han Shuo before speaking. Being an honorary teacher of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was only a title in name and didn't need to be bound by the rules of the academy. They might only occasionally give a few lectures and answer questions when invited by the academy. The various majors of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force competed with each other. Being able to find a few famed experts within the empire to be an honorary teacher was a measure of the strength of each major. "No problem," Han Shuo readily agreed. "You bastard! How could you kill that evil person, Liu Kane? How did you become an archmage necromancer? Just how many other things have you lied to me about?" Fanny was delighted when she saw Han Shuo agree, but then a series of questions erupted. Chapter 294. Han Shuo had managed to make Fanny, who had come to denounce him, beam with joy in just half an hour. Under his gentle words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Fanny's mouth as she left Han Shuo's mansion in satisfaction. Arriving at the buzzed merchant guild at the fastest speed to find Phoebe, Han Shuo went straight to the point and requested, "I want explosives, the kind with the most destructive explosive power, enough to flatten a small mountain." "Heavens, what do you want?" As a normal woman, Phoebe didn't need to move her toes to know what Han Shuo wanted. Her pretty face was filled with shock when she heard that Han Shuo needed explosives so urgently, and the more explosive the better. "Don't ask so much. Get it for me as soon as possible. Don't let anyone know." Since Han Shuo had made up his mind he wouldn't hesitate. Time waited for no man. Naturally, the sooner the better. Once a woman had a physical relationship with a man, even a cold and arrogant character like Phoebe would change for this man, especially when Phoebe knew that Han Shuo was smart and wouldn't do something stupid that would result in his death. Therefore, although she had some doubts, she didn't insist on asking more when Han Shuo urged her again. She immediately nodded. "Give me some time. I'll try to gather it through other channels." "All right. I'll come back the day after tomorrow at the latest to get the explosives. Don't leave for the next 2 days." Han Shuo instructed and hurriedly left the buzzed merchant guild. Han Shuo silently returned to the secret room in his mansion and used the transportation matrix to return to the cemetery of death. He used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly to the mountain valley where the mithril mine was located and summoned the Earth Elite Zombie to descend upon this plane. The 3 Een demons slowly floated out and flew into the valley. Faces after faces leapt into Han Shuo's mind. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Catter Orc Alliance had more than 1,000 people stationed near the valley. They had surrounded the entire valley. The mithril mine was still in operation. However, due to the steep and narrow terrain of the mine, mining the mithril was not an easy task, especially since the mithril ore was mixed in with the silver ore and often existed in the deepest part of the mine. Therefore, although the 3 forces worked overtime these days, the progress of the project was still not satisfactory. The 3 Een demons circled around every corner of the valley. The Earth Elite Zombie hid in the ground, shuttling back and forth like 2 Xingsuan. According to Han Shuo's mental control, he left many holes in the depths of the valley that couldn't be seen, just in case Phoebe hid her explosives. From Lauriton and Edwin's conversation, Han Shuo knew that there would be a bloody battle in the valley. Most of the forces of the 4 great powers in the Valley of Sunshine would be involved in this battle, including Lauriton's Cairo mercenary band, as well as the 10 or so small powers that Lauriton had tied together with various benefits. Due to the existence of the mithril mine, the other 3 powers had invested a large amount of troops here. Once the battle broke out, this valley would become the largest battlefield in the history of the Valley of Sunshine. What Han Shuo needed to do was throw in enough explosives to destroy all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine in one fell swoop. This matter had to be done very carefully. Only the Earth Elite zombie's miraculous ability to drill into the ground would be able to complete this mission without anyone noticing. At this time, Han Shua had released the 3 Een demons. He hadn't discovered that Tanai had an Earth mage, so he was even more daring to have the Earth Elite zombie set up the traps. Even with the Earth Elite zombie's miraculous ability, it still took a while to set up the tunnels in Tanai. During this time, Han Shua kept an eye on the experts stationed in Tanai through the Een demons. He was deeply afraid that these people would sense the abnormalities in the ground and discover this time's setup. It was a good thing that everything went smoothly. When the Earth Elite zombie finished setting up the tunnels, Han Shua immediately left the valley. He'd been studying the Archmage-level Soul Tremor spell in the Cemetery of Death, and he'd felt that this spell was incomparably cryptic and difficult to understand. Soul Tremor used one's own mental strength to directly attack the opponent's soul. In order to master this spell, one must first have a certain amount of research on the soul. In addition, one also needed to grasp the technique of mental strength attacks. Even Han Shua found it difficult to gather one mental strength into an attack. As he paced around the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua furrowed his brow as he thought about the method of mental strength attacks. When Han Shua concentrated his mental strength, he could clearly feel the formless mental strength. However, to turn it into a tangible attack, no matter how hard Han Shua tried, he couldn't do it. It's indeed a bit difficult. Han Shua muttered to himself. He couldn't help but concentrate his mental strength, trying to form it into a tangible attack. The consciousness is formless and formless, but has boundless uses. Its attacks are based on the heart, and the heart will move. Han Shua suddenly remembered a paragraph of a demonic mantra. This was a description of the consciousness in demonic magic. When demonic magic reached the next separate demonic realm, demonic practitioners would be able to clearly sense the consciousness. The consciousness was actually a process of strengthening the soul. When a demonic practitioner reached the separate demonic realm, their soul would transform into the consciousness. As long as the consciousness wasn't destroyed, the demonic practitioner would be able to obtain eternal life. The consciousness was a formless and formless existence. Once the soul transformed into the consciousness, it would have many wondrous uses. The simplest use was to use the consciousness to sense the changes in the surroundings. The clarity and range of the senses would vary according to the strength of the consciousness. When fighting with others, as long as the consciousness was strong enough, it could directly form all kinds of strange attacks on the enemy, such as illusions or physical attacks. It could also control the opponent's mind, turning them into a puppet and other wondrous uses. The consciousness could also be used to attack the enemy's soul, but it was much more profound than mental strength. The demonic magic had a detailed explanation of the attack methods of the consciousness. Han Shua recalled these memories and seemed to have grasped something. He felt that the consciousness and mental strength had the same wondrous uses. The difference was that the consciousness was the transformation of the demonic practitioner's soul. Like the demonic infant, it was the most important foundation of the demonic practitioner. The consciousness was even more important than the demonic infant. The demonic infant was the source of the demonic practitioner's power. It provided the practitioner with an endless supply of demonic yuan. Once the demonic infant was destroyed, the practitioner would lose all of his power. There wouldn't be any demonic yuan left in his body, and he would become an ordinary person. The consciousness was the demonic practitioner's soul. Once the demonic infant was destroyed, as long as the consciousness wasn't destroyed, the practitioner could use past experience to rebuild the demonic infant. However, once the consciousness was destroyed, the practitioner's soul would truly scatter, never leaving a trace in the world. On the other hand, mental strength was the same as the demonic infant. Even if one lost all of their mental strength, they would at most be unable to gather magical elements to cast spells. It would only turn a magus into an ordinary person and wouldn't take their life. In the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua continued to ponder, especially when it came to the detailed theory of attacks on the consciousness. Han Shuo carefully and slowly comprehended it. Gradually, he seemed to have grasped something. When he gathered all of his mental strength and calmed his mind, a thought suddenly leapt into his mind. His mental strength suddenly became very active, and a wondrous fluctuation was suddenly produced. At this moment, Han Shuo quickly chanted a magical incantation. A strange energy was produced out of nowhere and quickly merged with his mental strength. A wave-like impact suddenly appeared, drifting forward like ripples in the water. Oh, there's some progress. What's missing? Han Shuo let out a light breath. He had just felt his mental strength condense and form some kind of tangible attack in front of him. However, since there was no soul in front of him, Han Shuo's attack couldn't find a target. Therefore, he wasn't sure if this attack would be effective or not. It looks like I'll need to find a living person to test it out on, Han Shuo murmured to himself. He thought for a moment and discovered that it was getting late, so he immediately left the cemetery of death. Again, without waiting for a report, Han Shuo directly went to the Buzzed Merchant Guild and found Phoebe in her room. He asked, "How is it?" "I've gathered some, but due to the lack of time and the fact that the gunpowder is a dangerous item banned by the country, the amount isn't enough to blow up a small mountain. If you give me a bit more time, I can go to a city further away and gather more." Phoebe looked helplessly at Han Shuo and said a bit apologetically, "There's not enough time. Just gather as much as you can. It's best not to let anyone know about this. Otherwise, there might be some trouble," Han Shuo said with a frown. "Don't worry. I'm doing this through a few small merchant guilds. Moreover, I'm secretly buying them in batches. I don't think there will be any problems," Phoebe replied. Afterwards, Phoebe's space ring continuously flashed as bundles of wrapped explosives passed through Phoebe's hand and fell into Han Shuo's space ring. Only when Phoebe had handed all the explosives to Han Shuo did she ask, "Brian, what are you planning to do? You're not thinking of destroying Bretel City, are you?" "It has nothing to do with Bretel City. I haven't returned there yet," Han Shuo casually replied, hugging Phoebe and kissing her. He said with a smile, "All right, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Under Phoebe's astonished gaze, Han Shuo hurriedly left the Buzzed Merchant Guild and directly used the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death to return. He quickly flew towards the mountain valley where the mithril mine was. Chapter 295. The night was like water watering Tanai Mountain. Spring had arrived, and the fragrance of flowers and grass was still intoxicating even at night. Danger lurked in the quiet night, accompanied by the low cries of insects. There were teams of mercenaries stationed in every corner of the mithril mine. The calm was filled with caution and vigilance. A team of black armored figures were like shadows in the dark night, slowly moving through the lush shrubbery with a sinister and mysterious aura. Dark Grand Magus Edwin floated in the air, leading the way. 300 death guards were like specters, silently following behind Edwin. With Loriton in the lead, the 2,000 Cairo mercenaries followed behind the 300 death guards, slowly advancing towards the mithril mine. Behind the Cairo mercenary band was a group of 10 or so small factions. There were about 1,000 experts wearing mercenary uniforms of various colors. In the valley where the mithril mine was located, the 3 factions had gathered to guard this place. However, because the 3 factions still needed to guard their lair, they only had a total of more than 1,000 mercenaries guarding the mithril mine in the valley. These 1,000 or so mercenaries were 3 times less than Loriton's 2,000 elite mercenaries, 300 death guards from the Calamity Church, and 1,000 experts from the 10 small factions. Dark Grand Magus Edwin released a dark magic spell, and a black mass of air slowly spread out. The area in front of the valley that was lit up by the moonlight was suddenly enveloped in a faint layer of mist, as if the moisture of the night was slowly gathering together. For some unknown reason, the insects that had been chirping in a low voice gradually lost all signs of life. Arthur, the wind archmage of the House of Menlo, was currently resting with his eyes closed. He seemed to have sensed the abnormal movements and couldn't help but open his eyes to look outside the valley. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why aren't there any sounds of insects around?" In a tent to Arthur's left, the orc warrior Callery called out in a low, muffled voice, "Hey Arthur, it's getting late. Rest early. I feel like something's wrong. I'll go take a look." Arthur mumbled to himself as he walked out of his tent. He used levitation to float into the air and looked out of the valley. Why is it foggy?" Arthur muttered to himself as he slowly floated out of the valley. There were all sorts of tents in the valley, and there were also a few high-spirited mercenaries in charge of night patrols. When they saw Arthur float into the air, the mercenaries in charge of night sentries all greeted him. Some of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries laughed softly and said, "This fellow isn't sleeping in the middle of the night. Does he want to go out and have fun in the middle of the night? That's true. It's been hard on us to be assigned to such a place. Who cares? We just need to guard our night." Another mercenary casually replied. "Sure." Edwin, who was approaching, suddenly let out a soft sigh and made a gesture towards the death guards behind him. The death guards that had been advancing like ghostly shadows suddenly crouched down and retreated, concealing themselves in the lush shrubbery without any signs of life. Loreton's eyes were very sharp, and he immediately waved his hand behind him when he saw Edwin's movements. The long, snaking line was instantly replaced by soft panting sounds. These people were extremely far away from Arthur in the valley, and such soft panting sounds wouldn't be heard at all. Arthur walked out of the valley and gazed into the distance with furrowed brows. He didn't discover anything out of the ordinary, so he stopped for a while and mumbled something before returning to Tanai. At this moment, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the House of Menlo, and the Catter Orc tribe had all gathered according to the distance between them. An orc who was guarding the outskirts of the Catter Orc tribe was suddenly jolted awake by an ear-piercing whistle. By the time he reacted, he discovered that there was a dangling crossbow bolt nailed to a large tree nearby. There was a letter tied to the end of the bolt. Next was the Adam Menlo family. A guard of the Adam Menlo family was also awakened by a crossbow bolt. There was also a letter on the crossbow bolt. Next was the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, which was right next to the Mithril Mine Valley. They were also shaken by the crossbow bolts that carried a letter. The leaders of the three great powers in the Valley of Sunshine were all roused from their various states in the blink of an eye. They hurriedly gathered their men with the letter in their hands and woke up all the sleeping mercenaries. They rushed towards the Mithril Mine Valley at top speed. After delivering the 3 letters of warning with super-fast flying spells, Han Shuo once again silently returned to the surroundings of the Mithril Mine Valley and hid himself. All the explosives had been set up in advance, and Han Shuo coldly watched the changes in Tanai through the 3 Een demons, waiting for a fierce battle to break out. The 3 powers in the Mithril Mine had more than 1,000 mercenaries in total. Once this force was destroyed by Loreton, it would be difficult for the 3 powers to turn the situation around even if they joined hands. Last time, the 3 powers had gathered at Tanai Mountain, and Loreton's enmity towards Loreton had made it so that he wouldn't be merciful towards them. Once the experts guarding the Mithril Mine were killed, what awaited them would be even more brutal revenge. Florida and the other 2 were able to distinguish themselves in a place like the Valley of Sunshine, so none of them were stupid. They naturally understood this logic. Holding the attitude that they'd rather believe it, the 3 sent out their experts to communicate with each other. They brought out most of their experts from their lairs and rushed towards the Mithril Mine at top speed. As time passed by in the valley where the Mithril Mine was, some of the mercenaries who'd originally been in high spirits began to show signs of fatigue. They yawned continuously, their mental state at its worst. Edwin, who'd been hiding outside the valley, had already met up with Loreton at this time. He'd been staring coldly at the valley with a dark face when he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Loreton, saying, "We can make our move now." Killing intent burst forth from Loreton's eyes, and even his shiny bald head seemed to sparkle with a cold light. He nodded and said lowly, "My brothers died in this valley last time. This time, I'll make them pay tenfold, 100-fold. Chief Hagen, are you all ready?" "Don't worry, Chief Loreton. We've long since prepared half of Tanai's mithril mine." The 10 small powers knew that they weren't as strong as any of the 4 great powers, so they'd all banded together. Hagen of the Flame Mercenary Band was the leader of this alliance. "Very good. Not just the mithril mine. As long as you help me annihilate the other 3 powers, you'll take all of their territory. Our Cairo Mercenary Band will still occupy the Valley of Sunshine. I hope you won't disappoint me." Loreton smiled coldly in his heart, but spoke heartily on the surface. "Don't worry, we know what to do." Hagen laughed slyly, indicating that he completely understood Loreton's thoughts. "All right, enough with the nonsense. Be careful. I'll use a dense fog to cover the path to the valley. Don't make any noise when you enter. It's best if those people all die in their sleep." Edwin yelled impatiently, an unconcealable arrogance in his expression. The Calamity Church was famous throughout the profound continent for being difficult to provoke. Apart from the Church of Light, there were very few powers that could contend against them. Even Loreton wasn't in Edwin's eyes, much less the captains of these small mercenary bands. Therefore, Edwin didn't treat them as sincerely and courteously as he had treated Han Shu. These small mercenary bands understood Edwin's identity, and naturally didn't dare provoke him. Just the sinister and mysterious aura of the 300 Death Guards was enough to make their hearts palpitate. These people had long since heard of the Calamity Church's ruthless and callous disregard for human life. When they saw Edwin's impatient expression, they all softly cried out in agreement. Edwin was still a bit proud of these people's fear. He enjoyed this feeling of superiority in terms of strength very much. He hummed lightly in arrogance and waved his hand, ordering a tall and thin Death Guard in front of him. "Advance, kill them all!" The Death Guards were a group of fanatical believers of an evil god. They were fanatical believers who had given all their faith and spirit to the evil god. These people carried the evil god's will and terrifying power, mercilessly massacring all enemies of the Calamity Church throughout the profound continent. They were a group of inhumane executioners who obtained a certain kind of power by offering sacrifices to the evil god, easily possessing the ability to dictate the life and death of others. Under Edwin's command, the Death Guard's gray eyes were filled with fanatical excitement. He was as crazy as Loreton, who had gone berserk 3 times. He gnashed his teeth so hard that it made cracking sounds, as if he was chewing on the bones of some beast or human. His movements were incomparably agile as he led the 300 Death Guards under the cover of the dense fog and rushed towards the valley. The experts of the 3 major powers, led by Florida, Adamenlo, and Catter, were currently on their way to the valley. Each of them was burning with anxiety as they continuously gave orders, urging the experts below to move faster, afraid that they wouldn't arrive in time. Chapter 296. Tanai's forces were either snoring lightly, dozing off, or dead asleep. There were very few who were awake, and 1 or 2 who were more cautious also slowly closed their heavy eyes under the cover of the medicinal mist. Everything seemed so perfect. It was as if the outcome had been decided from the moment the Death Guards had entered the valley. This ambush would have been a classic if it hadn't been ruined by a terrifying explosion. Rumble! Just as the Death Guard passed through the valley's passageway, a fierce gust of wind blew from an unknown corner of the valley. The wind was extremely fierce, first snapping a small tree on the mountainside. A strange butterfly effect was produced, one after another, and in the end it unimaginably caused the mountain rocks to collapse. The millstone-sized rocks smashed into the valley along the green, moss-covered rock walls. The sound of this kind of movement was so loud that even the mercenaries who were sleeping in the mist of potions suddenly woke up as if they were facing a great enemy. The first thing they did was to grab their weapons before looking at the situation that was happening. Edwin, who was also an apothecary but had extraordinary attainments, was well aware that only slightly less effective knockout agents wouldn't be easily detected by experts. Edwin had been feeling smug that victory was in his grasp when the explosion completely shattered his plans. He looked at the mercenaries stationed in the valley, all of them looking around with weapons in hand, and then looked at the death guards that had entered the valley. Edwin could only resist the urge to curse out loud and give the order to attack. "Charge in kill!" Whether it was Edwin or Loreton, they both understood that there was no longer a chance of a perfect ambush due to this change when they heard the sound of boulders rolling down. The two of them cursed inwardly as they gave the order to charge in, but their eyes darted back and forth in the area where the strong wind had come from. Their hearts were filled with a strange sense of doubt. Where did that strong wind come from? Why was it so strong? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? Was it man-made? If so, who could have done it? A series of questions filled their minds in an instant, but it was only for a moment before the two of them stopped thinking about it and focused all their attention on the valley where the massacre was taking place. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Within the valley, over 1,000 mercenaries had been startled awake by the falling rocks. An extremely small portion of the mercenaries near the edge of the valley were constantly dodging the falling rocks. The mercenaries on night patrol duty at the very front had already spotted the death guards and immediately shouted out loud. All the mercenaries of the three factions immediately understood. They pulled out their weapons and started chanting spells. The archers knocked their arrows and aimed at the entrance of the valley. The 300 death guards of the Calamity Church spread out like ghosts of the night. They streaked across the moonlight like extremely faint shadows. Their bodies carried a sinister, evil aura, and their eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. They held peculiar weapons that looked like spikes in their hands as they flew close to the ground and quickly into the center of the valley. The earth trembled as rows of sharp spikes rose from the ground. Surging flames rapidly converged to form a wide wall of fire to intercept the death guards. Lightning zigzagged above the valley and struck downwards. The watermen and water dragons slowly took form and dashed away from the wall of fire. The shrill whistles of arrows rang out incessantly, whooshing towards the death guards. Tanai Mountain's magi and archers formed a layer of obstruction, instantly blocking the death guards that were rushing over. They wanted to kill all of these audacious invaders. However, as the evil guardians of the Calamity Church, the death guard's infamy had resounded throughout the profound continent for many years. Naturally, they weren't that easy to deal with. Not only did the 300 death guards not slow down, they actually increased their speed. They were wearing a kind of black and gray robes that actually had an extremely strong resistance to magic. Many of the flames that came charging at them were extinguished with a wave of their sleeves. Even the violent lightning bolts that smashed down only caused their figures to pause for a moment. They were far from being able to cause any destructive damage. Humph! The armor of the death guards is one of our Calamity Church's secrets. How could ordinary magic attacks have any effect on them? Dark, grand Magus Edwin, who had lagged behind, said disdainfully as he looked ahead with a dark face. They could have silently wiped out most of the forces in the valley, but the unexpected occurrence had disrupted their plans. Edwin was naturally displeased. Next to Edwin, the chief of the Cairo mercenary band, Loreton, gripped the divine weapon of the Berserker tribe, the Berserker's battle axe. He laughed sinisterly. This is good as well. It's just a waste of time. It's more interesting for them to struggle to their deaths. This time, the Cairo mercenary band had mobilized all of their elites. In addition to the Calamity Church's 300 death guards and the alliance of a dozen or so small powers behind them, they could indeed openly destroy Tanai Mountain's forces. Loreton was a battle-hungry person to begin with. This kind of face-to-face, painful slaughter suited his temperament. Therefore, when he saw Tanai Mountain's mercenaries awaken and turn their sneak attack into a frontal assault, he became even more excited. The corner of Edwin's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the mercenaries surging into the valley like a tide, inwardly planning how to extort Edwin afterwards. After all, it had taken quite a bit of effort to mobilize the 300 death guards this time. Although their goal was the Church of Light, hadn't they also helped Loreton? He had to pay a price. The death guards lived up to their name as the god of death. They charged into the valley with an unstoppable momentum under the surging magic attacks. The 300 death guards immediately split into phantom-like afterimages, leaving bloody holes in the mercenaries' bodies with their sharp, thorn-like weapons. These death guards trained in a strange kind of fighting aura. They seemed to be able to borrow the power of the evil god in battle. There was a natural evil aura on their bodies, and they could actually use their eyes to make people's souls tremble. The strange fighting aura had a strong corrosive power, often able to destroy the opponent's defenses and directly injure the physical body. Sitting cross-legged on a cliff in the valley, Han Shuo was driving the fierce battle as the Hand of Darkness. He was silently circulating his magical yuan, slowly absorbing the lingering power of Tanai Mountain's dead body into his body while paying close attention to the battle below. The miraculous performance of the death guards surprised Han Shuo. Han Shuo could even sense a bit of the evil god's aura from these death guards. Last time in Valen City, the necromancer Clarendon, who died tragically at the hands of Han Shuo, had used the altar to summon the three-eyed evil god Ansidezi. Also, the aura of the 1,000-meter-tall evil god with green eyes had appeared in Han Shuo's mind in the lower layer of the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo could sense a bit of it from these death guards. Due to their fanatical faith in the evil god, the death guards could obtain some of the evil god's strange divine power. Perhaps they could only borrow a billionth of the evil god's power, but this power still couldn't be underestimated in this plane of existence. This could be seen from the miserable deaths of the mercenaries. 300 death guards wasn't a lot, but the damage they could cause was incomparably terrifying. The Temple Knights of the Church of Light and the death guards were equal in strength. Judging from the strength displayed by these 300 death guards, Han Shuo could imagine that the Temple Knight's strength must be equally terrifying. Ha ha, this is getting more and more interesting. Han Shuo laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. He suddenly called out softly, "What will come, or else it'll be boring." Dark, grand Magus Edwin's brow furrowed as soon as Han Shuo finished speaking. He abruptly used the levitation spell to fly into the air and surveyed the surroundings after exiting the valley. He then quickly descended towards Loreton, who had already charged into the valley and was in the middle of a second berserk battle. He quickly called out, "Large amounts of mercenaries are converging in this direction. What's going on?" "The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band isn't far from here. They should have discovered us with such a large commotion. Ha ha! For the 500 of Tanai's 1,000 mercenaries have already died. As long as we hurry and finish them off, Florida will be courting death, even if he comes. Just his Rainbow Sickle mercenary band alone won't be able to stop our footsteps." Loreton waved his berserker's battle axe, directly cleaving apart an orc warrior around 3 meters tall. He responded casually and once again charged into the crowd. It looked like he was fighting to his heart's content. No, it's not just the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. There's also a large group of orcs. Edwin was burning with anxiety as he yelled at Loreton. "Damn it, what's going on?" Loreton was startled and suddenly jumped in front of Edwin, asking in shock, "Kill them." Adam Menlo was riding a 10-meter-long flamingo in the air above the valley. Behind him were his clansmen riding all sorts of flying magical creatures. Outside the valley, the muffled sounds of iron hooves pounding on the ground like the beating of drums. The experts of the three powers were converging towards Tanai. Loreton and the others' path out of the valley had already been blocked. Fight! Otherwise, No one will be able to leave. Loreton naturally understood the current situation and immediately howled towards the sky. His ferocious nature exploded as he charged towards the remaining mercenaries in the valley. Chapter 297. 3,000 versus more than 600, including the infamous 300 death guards of the Calamity Church. The difference in strength was completely disproportionate. The remaining 600 people in the valley had long since been destined to die. It was just that they needed to delay it for a few more minutes. Human lives became cheap. Along with ear-piercing screams of misery, mercenaries of different skin colors and races slowly collapsed into pools of blood. Strands of aura that were hard to see with the naked eye rose from the bodies of the recently deceased and gathered at a corner of the valley. As the Hand of Darkness, Han Shuo was extremely happy. He sat cross-legged in an area where no one could spy on him, allowing the 3 Yin demons to observe the situation. He happily absorbed the strange energy that had yet to dissipate. Han Shuo, who was in the bloodlust realm, was restless, but was firmly suppressed by reason. Time passed as lives were lost. Of the 600 experts guarding the mithril mine in the valley, only 200 remained. Among them, the mages were still tirelessly casting all kinds of magic. Of course, their targets were the well-dressed mercenaries. Not a single one of them wasted any more magic on the death guards. Adam Menlo and his family's elite troops had arrived earlier. They only attacked Tanai's Loreton's group with magic crossbows from afar, watching the remaining members of Tanai's family being slaughtered without lifting a finger. It wasn't that they weren't willing, but that they didn't dare. The elites of the House of Menlo, who could fly, were all riding flying magic beasts. This group of elites was the foundation of the House of Menlo's survival. It was a pity that their numbers were too few, far from Tanai and Loreton's Cairo mercenary band. Although Adam Menlo's heart was bleeding as the members of the House of Menlo were killed one by one, he didn't dare approach them to save them. This was because he deeply understood that if he landed, what awaited them would be a devastating blow. He was waiting for Florida and Catter's men to arrive and surround Loreton's group from outside the valley. He was waiting for more members who could only travel on land to gather, and then he would explode his accumulated hatred on Loreton's group. "Father, save me!" In the middle of the valley, a middle-aged man who looked vaguely similar to Adam Menlo was riding on an armored black bull. He was anxiously looking at Adam Menlo, who was circling the valley on his flamingo. He let out a miserable cry. In front of this middle-aged man, Loreton gripped his berserker's battle axe and grinned as he surrounded him. The other berserkers beside Loreton were also snickering as they worked together with Loreton to keep an eye on him. Loreton wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he kept looking up at the sky, as if waiting for Adam Menlo to approach. However, after waiting for a while, Loreton only saw Adam Menlo's back turn, his shoulders trembling slightly. It looked like Adam Menlo's heart was twitching, but he had made the right decision. No. This middle-aged man screamed miserably as he was torn apart by Loreton's battle axe. His scream before his death caused Adam Menlo, who was on the flamingo in the distance, to almost lose his footing. The dull sound of iron hooves could finally be heard clearly. With Florida and Catter in the lead, a large number of mercenaries suddenly charged into the center of the valley. Adam Menlo, who was enduring the pain of being cut by blades, was the first to charge into the center of the valley with bloodshot eyes. Fighting aura shot out from the long spear in his hand, clashing with the flames spewed out from the flamingo and taking a few lives in an instant. An even more desperate battle was taking place in Tanai. As a spectator, Han Shuo silently absorbed the murderous aura and coldly watched Tanai's hellish battle to the death, desperately suppressing his strong desire to participate. Time flew by quickly. The already evenly matched battle caused the eyes of several parties to turn bloodshot. This time, 90% of the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had participated. Whether it was for the mithril mine, for the power of the Valley of Sunshine, or for the hatred that had accumulated over the years, they all erupted in the valley. The unyielding life energy of the strong was absorbed to their heart's content. Very soon, the ground of Tanai was littered with corpses. The corpses piled up and caused the battle to begin. For the sake of profit and hatred, the various races used slaughter to their heart's content to play out this battle. Gradually, as Han Shuo absorbed the enormous amount of energy, a blood-red mist floated around him. The entire sky above the valley was suddenly shrouded in a blood-red mist. That terrifying murderous aura, along with the nauseating smell of blood, enveloped the entire valley. Unfortunately, the various powers in the valley, whose eyes were bloodshot, didn't notice this abnormal change. They still focused all of their attention on the enemy in front of them, using the weapons in their hands, their fists, and even their teeth to attack the enemy. Everyone seemed to have gone completely mad. Han Shuo, who was about to lose control of himself, forcefully suppressed his bloodthirsty desires and finally gave an order to the Earth elite zombie hiding underground. Han Shuo understood that this wasn't the best time because the parties were still fighting. It wasn't time for one side to win yet. In principle, he could still wait a while longer. Unfortunately, Han Shuo understood that his current condition was extremely bad. Absorbing too much murderous aura at once was beyond what Han Shuo could bear. He was deeply afraid that he would lose his reason and not have a chance. 90% of the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had been reduced to a quarter of their original number. This was definitely the most intense battle in the history of the Valley of Sunshine. The major powers that had been fighting to the death suddenly felt the earth tremble violently. However, before they could react, every corner of the valley seemed to be exploding, and the thick smell of gunpowder instantly spread. At this time, there were people fighting in every corner of the valley. Every explosion caused great damage. The mercenaries who were fighting were suddenly engulfed by the underground explosions, their bodies immediately disintegrating into bloody chunks. For a moment, the valley cracked and the mountains collapsed. The sounds of explosions rose and fell incessantly. More than half of the surviving experts in the Valley of Sunshine died in this violent explosion. Due to the underground explosion in the valley, the huge rocks above also cracked. Rocks that were bigger than humans fell like raindrops. The huge rocks fell from a height of several hundred meters. That kind of violent impact was incomparably terrifying. All the experts who were careless and got smashed directly into meat paste. The various powers that had been fighting in Tanai were all dumbfounded by this sudden explosion. Now that 90% of the Valley of Sunshine's forces had joined in, this kind of earth-shattering bombardment didn't differentiate between friend and foe. The damage caused was even more exaggerated. Even if Loriton and the others were slow, they could still sense the scent of a conspiracy. The huge rocks continued to fall from above, and the entire valley was about to be sealed off. All the Tanai experts who had been awakened by the explosion suddenly reacted. All of them looked up to the sky and cursed as they fled in a sorry state. Loriton and the others' voices were even louder as they shouted for everyone to quickly retreat. If it wasn't for the explosion covering up the blood mist, perhaps these people would have discovered Han Shuo's existence. After all, the fiendish Han Shuo had left an unforgettable impression on them with his blood mist attack in this very valley. However, the rolling rocks had shattered the blood mist and could no longer form a distinct blood mist. Add to that the fact that the falling rocks were too terrifying, no one paid attention to the sky. All of them only cared about escaping and didn't expose Han Shuo's existence. The leaders of the major powers sensed that there was a conspiracy, and the resentment in their hearts was as endless as the waters of the ocean. However, they all understood that this wasn't the time to look into it. The group of leaders, led by Loriton, frantically ordered their subordinates to leave this place as soon as possible. Florida and the others had a bad premonition ever since they'd received the warning of the crossbow bolts. When they arrived in the valley and saw that the massacre had already occurred and the explosions didn't differentiate between friend and foe, they immediately understood that Tanai's Loriton and the others had also been plotted against. Florida and the others turned pale with fright. They even thought that this was the work of one of the three empires surrounding the Valley of Sunshine. Their goal was to eradicate all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine and take complete control of the Valley of Sunshine. It was because of this that they naturally thought that the explosions were only the beginning, and that there might be a sea of soldiers from the other empires bearing their fangs at them. Therefore, when Loreton fled, they also fled in a panic. They never would have thought that this conspiracy was the work of one person, and that such a large-scale attack was the work of one person and the miraculous Earth elite zombie. They completely lost their bearings as they fled in all directions. As the leaders of a faction, they naturally thought more, but it was a pity that not every mercenary under their command was that smart. Most of these mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife were still simple-minded. The fierce battle with Tanai's side had caused their comrades to die one by one, and their enemies to run around them. These people didn't have the time to think and immediately attacked. Thus, even as they fled, the major powers were still locked in battle due to their unresolvable hatred. The sounds of metal clashing and the final screams of the dead continued for a long time outside the valley. However, at this moment, the instigator of all this had turned blood red and was surrounded by a strong killing intent. He was clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. On the contrary, the demon's lair edge hovered in the air above the valley, replacing Han Shua as the current beneficiary of all the powers. Chapter 298. Corpses were strewn all over the ravaged valley. What was even more frightening was that most of the corpses weren't complete. Their severed heads were like blood-stained rubber balls, scattered all over the valley floor. They formed a stark contrast with the enormous blood-stained rocks. Broken limbs were like powerless tree trunks, quietly lying on the valley floor that had been split into long and narrow ravines. The scene of Azura, hell, was serene and bloody under the moonlight. The soul energy that hadn't yet dissipated was drawn by some sort of force from the valley cliff, spiraling from incorporeal to tangible. Wisps of soul energy fluttered into the sharp hilt of the weapon that sparkled with a dark brown luster. The demon's lair edge silently stood on top of Han Shua's head, like a loyal follower of its master. The dark brown edge didn't reflect any luster under the moonlight, but the wisps of soul energy that drifted in and met Han Shua's murderous aura caused a dazzling change. Specks of star-like light shone brightly within the blood-red aura. The dazzling specks of light were like tiny dancing spirits. After slowly blossoming beautifully for a moment, they finally completely converged into the dull brown demon's lair edge. Nearly 2,000 people had died in this battle, and every single one of them wasn't weak. Naturally, their soul energy was also very abundant. 60% of this soul energy had entered Han Shua's body, and the other 40% was being absorbed by the demon's lair edge. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Han Shua had coincidentally eavesdropped on the battle, causing all the factions in the Valley of Sunshine to suffer great losses. All the leaders were panicking and making wild guesses, which led to Han Shua's breakthrough into the bloodlust realm and the demon's lair edge's fierce aura once again. Clouds of blood-red mist were so thick that they wouldn't dissipate, forming strange lines that surrounded, entangled, and tightened around Han Shua. Within the mist, Han Shua's skin and flesh glowed with a dark red luster as his bones crackled. A terrifying aura of death, murderous aura, and murderous aura fluctuated between strong and weak. His handsome face trembled strangely. This state lasted from the long night to the scorching sun. Gradually, the entire ruined valley was shrouded in the blood-red mist. The mist was as thick as a layer of clouds, covering most of the sky above the valley. The scorching sun couldn't penetrate the obstruction of the blood clouds, but instead increased the brightness of the bloody light, causing the entire valley to seem as if it was shrouded in a bloody hell. The corpse-strewn valley seemed even more desolate, evil, and terrifying due to this layer of bloody light. For 3 days in a row, the entire Valley of Sunshine was in a constant state of anxiety and fear. The blood cloud within the valley constantly changed, until blurry, shadow-like figures slowly drifted out from the back of Han Shua's neck. These shadows that had separated from his body gradually merged with the blood cloud. Then all sorts of grotesque, ferocious, and terrifying demon heads slowly materialized from illusory form. All of the blood clouds and blood mist merged with the shadows. After 5 days, they finally transformed into 12 monsters of different shapes, but all the same sinister appearance. These monsters either had sharp heads and claws or densely packed fangs like sharks, or had barbs growing out of their backs like barbs. These 12 demons were completely different from each other, but they all shared the same aura. It was a unique aura that came from Han Shua's body. It was the same aura as Han Shua's. Little Skull had been hiding in the crevice of the valley all this time. It was because of this familiar aura that the Earth Elite Zombie and Would Elite Zombie didn't make any unfriendly moves. Another 7 days passed. The 12 demons constantly changed their forms, sometimes even taking on the exact same appearance as Han Shua. What was even more strange was that on the 5th day, there were actually 12 identical copies of Han Shua hovering around Han Shua. On the last day, the 12 constantly changing things returned to their original appearances as if they had returned to their original form. Then they turned into rays of blood-red light and hid within Han Shua's body. Han Shua let out a light sigh. After all the demons had hidden themselves within his body, he opened his demonic eyes and swept his gaze across the entire valley. Han Shua murmured, "I finally reached the separate demon stage." Due to the enormous explosion, the valley had collapsed amidst the earth-shattering tremors. All of the paths into the valley had been sealed off, leaving only a sliver of sunlight in the sky. During this period of time, the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Would Elite Zombie had been guarding Han Shua with all their might. The various powers in the Valley of Sunshine had sent their spies to investigate not long after the tragedy. Unfortunately, not a single one of them had escaped alive after being ambushed by the 3 dark creatures. They'd all turned into vengeful spirits like the mercenaries in the valley, and even their corpses were quickly rotting away. The stench of Tanai's rotting corpses was truly unbearable. Han Shua creased his brow and thought for a moment. He reached out and grabbed the demon's lair edge floating above his head. As soon as the demon's lair edge entered Han Shua's palm, it strangely turned into specks of dark brown light and disappeared without a trace. Activating the art of the demonic 9th heavens, Han Shua broke through the air and left this hellish valley in the blink of an eye. 5 miles north of the Valley of Sunshine, at the top of a low mountain, Loriton of the Cairo Mercenary Band, Florida of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Adamenlo of the House of Menlo, and the chief of the Catter Orc tribe had all gathered. The leaders of the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine, including Trunks who had just returned from a mission, were all invited. The leaders of all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had gathered here. Everyone had ugly expressions, especially the victims who had participated in the tragedy of the Mithril Mine. Their faces were especially gloomy as they tried to find the truth and seek revenge, trying to come up with a countermeasure for the future of the Valley of Sunshine. Who is it? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Apart from the few major powers that had experienced the tragedy and suffered heavy losses, anyone who hadn't participated in the incident had become a target of suspicion. Even some of the smaller factions in the Valley of Sunshine who'd escaped faster and suffered fewer losses had become suspects. Trunks, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band, didn't participate in the battle this time. Among all the powers that didn't participate in the Valley of Sunshine, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band is the strongest. Now, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength isn't the slightest bit affected. Due to our heavy losses, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength isn't too far off from ours. It seems that you're the biggest beneficiary this time. I'm thinking, could it be your doing? Florida of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band said sinisterly as he stared at the relaxed Trunks, his handsome face covered with a dark green hue. Trunks, who was inwardly pleased, really didn't know how to repay the mastermind behind the scenes. However, on the surface, Trunks had a pained expression and was still pretending to sigh in pain. When he heard this, he suddenly slammed the stone table and stood up angrily. The hastily assembled stone table suddenly shattered into pieces. Trunks didn't even look at the experts around him, blocking the broken stones. He only glared angrily at Florida and shouted, "If you want to spout venomous slander, then we'll fight to the death right now." Half a month ago, our Soul Destroyer mercenary band accepted a mission. All the experts, including myself, left the Valley of Sunshine. Chief Loriton knows this the best. We have the least to do with this matter. Florida, everyone is here today. If you really want to kill me, then we might as well have a fair and square duel. There's no need to resort to such underhanded schemes. When Trunks had slammed his palm on the broken stone table just now, a wisp of silver radiance had appeared in his palm. Everyone present was a crafty old fox. They all knew what a silver fighting aura meant to a swordsman. Due to his own efforts and the effects of the rebirth pill, Trunks had already advanced to the great swordmaster level. All the leaders had to carefully consider whether this palm strike had any other meaning other than a show of force. During this period of time, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had been able to openly recruit experts in the Valley of Sunshine due to Trunks' previous fame and the foundation of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. They had developed at a high speed in a short period of time. If it wasn't for Tanai's tragic accident, perhaps the Soul Destroyer mercenary band wouldn't have been taken seriously by Loriton, Florida, and the others. It was a pity that Tanai's side had suffered disastrous losses. The strength they had accumulated over the past few years had been destroyed in a single day. With their sharply reduced strength, they no longer had the confidence to firmly deal with Trunks. In addition, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the dark. The various powers still didn't know where their nest was. This caused the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to become a powerful existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great powers. The great Sword Master Trunks had displayed his extraordinary strength as soon as he made his move. He had taken an unyielding and formal challenge to Florida. This attitude was clearly different from his previous concealment and obscurity. Although Florida, a light archmage, had also cultivated lightning magic, he had yet to completely recover from the serious injuries he had suffered at the hands of Han Shua. Florida didn't doubt that Trunks would take the opportunity to tear him to shreds when he faced Trunks, who had advanced by leaps and bounds to become a great swordsman, with Trunks' unforgettable hatred for him. Therefore, Florida's cheeks trembled with anger as he gloomily glared at Trunks. In the end, he said in a low, stiff voice, "The most important thing right now is to find the mastermind behind the scenes. I don't have the time to fight with you right now." When these words were spoken, all those in power in the Valley of Sunshine understood one fact. Florida was afraid. Chapter 299. Trunks didn't persist and sighed. "As a member of the Valley of Sunshine, I'm also very sad that such a tragedy has occurred. The most important thing now is to understand everything. Otherwise, if the enemy has other tricks up their sleeves, then the successive blows will be unbearable for any side." None of the leaders believed Trunks' lament. As the leader of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band that was completely unscathed from the great changes in the valley, they definitely wouldn't believe that Trunks wasn't rejoicing in others' misfortune. Of course, at this moment, especially after Trunks had displayed the strength of a great swordmaster, they naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke him. After an awkward silence, Loriton of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band finally spoke. "I think the murder's target this time is all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band being able to escape this calamity was completely a fluke. Even the subordinates I sent to the valley after the incident didn't return. This time, our Valley of Sunshine may be facing a huge problem. If it wasn't for the fact that both sides had suffered heavy losses, the various powers that had been engaged in a bloody battle a few days ago would never have such a friendly conversation in a place like this." Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band shot a rude glance at Loreton, a trace of hatred mixed in his hazy face. He said in a cold voice, "So what do you think we should do?" Taking a deep breath, Loreton seemed to have already thought of an answer. His large, bell-like eyes scanned everyone before he finally said in a low voice, "Let's put aside our grudges for now and find the mastermind behind all this. Whoever can figure out the truth first will be the one to take control of the Valley of Sunshine. Do you have any objections?" Loreton, who had always been in control of the Valley of Sunshine, was definitely not a generous person. In fact, Loreton was famous for being petty and mad. Logically speaking, these words shouldn't have come out of his mouth at all. However, the strength of the Cairo mercenary band after the great changes in the valley was far from what it used to be. Although the other three parties had also suffered heavy losses, the Cairo mercenary band wouldn't be able to withstand them even if they relied on the superior terrain of the Valley of Sunshine. Rather than that, he might as well happily release the authority that he might not be able to hold and use the future authority of the Valley of Sunshine as a bargaining chip to lure the three factions, causing them to split up over this authority that they couldn't hold for the time being. Although Loreton's limbs were well developed, his mind wasn't simple. On the contrary, being able to sit in such a high position in the Cairo mercenary band, Loreton had the mind of a schemer. Almost as soon as Loreton's words fell, the eyes of Adam Menlo and Catter, who'd originally been following Florida's lead, immediately shot out a glint of ambition. The two of them were silent for a while and looked at each other. They didn't look at Florida's desperate wink and actually agreed very readily. The leaders of the small forces that were originally tied to Loreton hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads, one by one. When Trunks saw that most of them were nodding their heads in agreement, he also gladly agreed. When everyone's gazes landed on Florida, who originally had the highest chance of obtaining this power as long as Adam Menlo and Catter supported him, could only agree bitterly in his heart, even though he secretly cursed all the relatives of his two previous allies. Even he, Florida, had no choice but to submit to the irresistible trend. "Very good. Then we can discuss the details now and even draft up an agreement. All the forces in the Valley of Sunshine will be supervisors to prevent anyone from going back on their word when the time comes." Loreton's face darkened as he grinned and proposed in all seriousness. This kind of agreement was as laughable as a prostitute saying she was still a virgin. However, there were times when it was necessary. Although everyone understood that the agreement would immediately be torn apart as long as one side was strong enough, it still needed a ceremony after all. Especially when everyone had a hidden enemy, this would always give them some psychological comfort. Therefore, the major forces in the Valley of Sunshine, each with their own ulterior motives, came to an agreement that they had to abide by in such a place. All parties would temporarily stop fighting and fully focus on tracking down the mastermind behind the scenes. After learning everything from Trunks, Han Shuo gave a strange, non-committal chuckle. He didn't give any explanation to Trunks and quietly left the Valley of Sunshine, this enormous maelstrom that everyone thought of as the mastermind. Trunks' heart trembled slightly at Han Shuo's hair-raising smile before he left. He looked at the trace of pride in Han Shuo's eyes that was difficult to detect, yet also seemed to be deliberately revealed. He suddenly seemed to have grasped something. However, Trunks didn't ask any questions. Instead, after Han Shuo left, he led the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to carry out the magnificent feat of searching for the culprit with great fanfare. He appeared to be even more diligent than Loreton and the others. However, during this process, Trunks, who was openly searching for the culprit, took advantage of the convenience of coming and going to continue his shady business of recruiting soldiers. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band, which had ample funds and was gradually becoming famous, actually attracted quite a few strong experts to join them. After leaving the Valley of Sunshine for 7 days, Han Shuo returned to Asen City. He gave some instructions to the housekeeper of his mansion, then secretly left through the Dark Mantle's transportation matrix. Bretel City wasn't a solid city. due to the habitual weakness of the previous city lords when facing the invasion of the 7 Grand Duchies. Bretel City's city guards had become a motley crew. Once a true attack descended, the soldiers, who knew how to preserve their strength, would always flee faster than the civilians. It was precisely because Bretel City was habitually breached that the Lancelot Empire didn't dare to spend a huge amount of money to build a transportation matrix within the city. After all, once the Grand Duchies occupied Bretel City, if there was a transportation matrix within the city that led to other places, no one could guarantee that the invaders of the 7 Grand Duchies wouldn't be able to easily enter the other cities and towns of the Lancelot Empire through the transportation matrix. Bretel City was indeed barren, but the Lancelot Empire also had many rich and prosperous cities. If these invaders really did enter the other cities and towns of the Lancelot Empire in large numbers through the transportation matrix, then no one dared to imagine the damage that could be caused. Therefore, as a city that was almost abandoned, this double-edged sword of the transportation matrix project had always been in a state of limitless shelving. Spring has truly arrived, but it's a pity that the scenery isn't pleasant at all. Han Shua muttered to himself as he sat in a carriage, gazing at the scenery along the way through the opened carriage curtain. Starting from the transportation matrix in Seamus City, which was close to Bretel City, Han Shua had been sitting in the carriage as it slowly drove towards Bretel City. Along the way, beggars wrapped in cloth loitered all over the place. Flies fluttered in the air above the conspicuous corpses on the side of the official road, causing a choking stench to persist. Seamus City was a well-defended and wealthy city in the east of the Lancelot Empire. However, the miserable scene on the road from Seamus City to Bretel City was as different as heaven and earth from the Seamus City he just left. During the 3 days of travel, Han Shua had already discovered more than 10 bandits, causing trouble through the Demons. These bandits were only local bandits of the Lancelot Empire. They weren't fake bandits like those from the 7 Grand Duchies, who might have regular soldiers disguised as bandits. Even the tenacious Han Shua couldn't help but be a bit stunned by the various tragic scenes. Along the way, Han Shua had personally killed no less than 50 beasts in human skin. "Brian, I didn't think that your territory would be this kind of place. The scenery along the way is enough to challenge one's nerves. I think that Bretel City will also make you feel embarrassed." Chester, who was determined to follow Han Shua no matter what, had given up a good mission led by Emily and willingly acted as a coachman to stick to Han Shua, insisting on coming to this notoriously chaotic and filthy Bretel City. Chuckling lightly, Han Shua looked playfully at the courageous Chester and asked, "Chester, why do you insist on following me, even when I've refused?" Chester, who was focused on acting as a coachman, had already become extraordinarily resilient along the way. He whipped the war horse fiercely, stopping the extraordinary war horse's curiosity towards a corpse in the grass on the left. He replied like a philosopher, "If you want to obtain more things, not only do you need perseverance and indomitable will, you also need at least a little bit of foresight." Interesting thinking. Han Shua responded to Chester's reply with a faint smile. His eyes calmly watched the civilians around him fiercely fighting over a piece of bread. His voice was elegant, gentle, and indifferent. The situation in Bretel City was so bad that apart from some of the original residents who were unwilling to leave their ancestral lands, some special merchants who tried to use violence, and the nobles and soldiers who couldn't leave due to their duties, the rest of the civilians were trying their best to break free from the shackles of sin. They desperately wanted to enter the rich and peaceful Seamus City. However, the road to Seamus City wasn't peaceful. Even if they risked their lives to reach the city gates, they would still be mercilessly turned away if they didn't have an expensive entrance fee. These civilians of the Lancelot Empire would be left to fend for themselves. After all, the poor civilians would only become the most despicable and unstable beggars in Seamus City. With Seamus City's capacity, it couldn't have too many beggars that would affect the city's image. Therefore, even the nobles and merchants could enter the city. The civilians of Bretel City who could prove that they had the ability to live could also enter after paying a considerable fee. Otherwise, even if they died outside Seamus City's gates, the guards wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pity. "So this is my territory. I've finally arrived," Han Shua muttered to himself as he gazed at the wide, open Bretel City in front of the dilapidated city gates. Chapter 300. A carriage that couldn't be considered extravagant sped through the dilapidated city gate. There were few people on the streets. Occasionally, one or two people could be seen with eyes full of resentment and despair. This was a silent protest against their miserable lives. Bretel City was just as dirty as Han Shua had expected. The scenery was only slightly better than what he'd seen along the way. A few lazy soldiers watched the carriage enter the city indifferently. They actually didn't question him about his origins or urge him to pay the entrance fee. It looked like Bretel City was indeed on the verge of death. "Hey, may I ask where the City Lord's mansion is?" Chester pulled on the reins and asked a commoner who looked like a beggar with a smile. The commoner lay lazily under the sun, picking at the fleas on his body. He didn't even raise his head as if he hadn't heard Chester's question. "1 silver coin. Where is the City Lord's mansion?" Chester, who'd been born in poverty, had a good understanding of the temperament of these poor people. He asked with a smile again. Sure enough, adding a silver coin immediately produced an effect. The beggar, who'd just been deaf, seemed to smell the alluring scent of gold. He suddenly focused all his attention on Chester and pointed in the direction of East Street, saying, "Go straight for 300 meters. The tallest and most dilapidated mansion is the City Lord's mansion." A silver coin glittered under the sunlight as it rolled down to the ground in front of the beggar. Chester didn't thank him. He only jerked his warhorse, and the carriage slowly left, heading straight for the City Lord's mansion. The beggar hurriedly picked up the silver coin and clutched it tightly in his palm. He then looked in the direction the two had left in and murmured, "Someone actually came to Bretel City. If it's not a profiteering merchant, then it's that legendary unlucky count. What a pitiful fellow." Once Bretel City was invaded, the City Lord's mansion would become the focus of attention. The walls of the tall building weren't sturdy, and there were even a few holes that hadn't been repaired from the explosions. When Han Shua's carriage entered, there were only less than 5 maids and a dozen or so soldiers. These maids and soldiers looked at Han Shua coldly. They did not have the enthusiasm that a subordinate should have. Of course, it was even more impossible for them to welcome Han Shua at a banquet that was normally held in other regions. The City Lord's mansion was at least 5 times larger than Han Shua's mansion in Awesome City. However, this City Lord's mansion didn't have any good points apart from its large size, because the City Lord was always the first to leave after every invasion. The City Lord's mansion that didn't have any soldier station there was often the first to be looted. Some of the things that the City Lord couldn't take away for the time being had been completely obliterated in the repeated attacks. The funny thing was that Han Shua actually saw a piece of white jade floor being taken away, leaving behind a large square hole in the ground. This allowed Han Shua to imagine the true situation of Bretel City. "Can you tell me about the current situation in Bretel City?" Han Shua asked Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle, after hearing the news and sitting down in the dilapidated hall at the center of the City Lord's mansion. Dick was a man in his 40s. His appearance was ordinary, with only the bridge of his nose appearing rather high. This was a characteristic of the mountain people of Bretel City. Dick respectfully saluted Han Shua, speaking in a somewhat awkward imperial language. When the previous City Lord of Bretel City left, he took with him a total of 500 family soldiers. Currently, there are only 3,000 soldiers in the entire Bretel City, and less than 50,000 residents in the city. 3,000 soldiers is simply not enough to guard Bretel City's city gates. Not to mention that these soldiers often escape faster than the civilians. Bretel City's defenses have been damaged time and time again. Without funds to repair them, the city has almost lost its defensive capabilities. The true local mountain people of Bretel City mostly live on the steep mountains around the city. These mountains produce some valuable ores. Since the mountain people are very familiar with the terrain of the mountains, coupled with the fact that the mountains are indeed very difficult to attack, they have been able to resist every invasion by the 7 Grand Duchies. Up until now, Bretel City has actually been relatively safe. This is because the 7 Grand Duchies have experienced dozens of large and small invasions. They all understand that there's no more profit to be reaped from Bretel City. To them, wasting time to plunder Bretel City is no longer able to reap the rewards they deserve. Therefore, there haven't been any more invasions in the past few months. On the contrary, the mines guarded by the mountain people in the mountains around Bretel City have become the targets of attacks by bandits and private soldiers. However, the mountain people are not as incompetent as the Empire soldiers because they have the geographical advantage. Up until now, they have been able to barely pass through the mountains at the speed of a turtle. Han Shuo gradually gained an understanding of the situation in Bretel City under Dick's introduction. When Dick finished, Han Shuo glanced at a soldier in the city, Lord's mansion, and said, "Summon all the soldiers of Bretel City to the front of the city, Lord's mansion. I want to see what these soldiers look like." "Yes, Lord Count." The soldier replied lazily, riding a weak and thin horse at a moderate pace out of the city, Lord's mansion. "My lord, you will be disappointed." Dick shook his head and sighed as he said to Han Shuo, "I know. However, I want to make sure that I won't be disappointed in the future." Han Shuo said with a light smile, then furrowed his brows in silence. After nearly 2 hours, the soldiers scattered all over Bretel City gathered in front of the city, Lord's mansion, at a moderate pace, with no order or military discipline. None of these soldiers were very strong. Perhaps it was because of the food they ate, but they had a sickly complexion. That kind of sloppy mental state without a trace of a soldier's spirit was proof that their combat strength was bound to collapse at the first blow. The long swords, bows, and spears in their hands were all rusted and of inferior quality. Han Shuo even felt that a sharp weapon forged by the dwarves could break all of their weapons. Only 1/3 of these 3,000 soldiers were young men in the prime of their lives. The rest were old men past their prime. Who could count on these people to have any fighting strength? Han Shuo stood on the high platform of the city, Lord's mansion, for a while, pondering for a while with a calm face. He grinned maliciously and said, "From today onwards, your good days are over. All soldiers over the age of 50 will be expelled from this troop. I will guarantee that these people will have a normal life. The remaining soldiers will be given enough food to fill their stomachs. You will also be given brand new weapons, armor, and war horses. Of course, you will also be tortured by cruel training. When the next invader comes, you will wash away the previous shame with blood. With me here, Bretel City will change." The elderly soldiers below were incessantly clamoring. They were indifferent to Han Shuo's proposal to have them leave the army, but were full of doubts about Han Shuo's guarantee of food and clothing. The young soldiers looked at each other in dismay, slowly pondering the meaning behind Han Shuo's words. They didn't know what he wanted to do. Beside Han Shuo, Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked, "My Lord Count, are you serious?" "Your lordship, even if we have more than 1,000 people with weapons and war horses, do you think that we can withstand the attack of 10 to 20,000 bandits, or the 30 to 50,000 regular soldiers of the 7 Grand Duchies with such a dilapidated city wall?" A soldier with a rough appearance and a full beard shouted as he looked up at Han Shuo, "This isn't something you should care about. As a soldier, if you can't stop the enemy's invasion, then use your own heads to wash away the shame of failure. If you dare to struggle at death's door and flee, I'll personally slit your necks." Han Shuo looked coldly at the brawny man and berated, "City Lord, I think you should leave this place as soon as possible. This place has already been abandoned by the Empire." Do you think you alone can change the current situation of Bretel City? Without 100,000 elite soldiers of the Empire standing guard, Bretel City will never be able to change the situation of being invaded. If you want to court death, please don't take us with you, okay? The soldier was extremely disdainful, turning a blind eye to Han Shuo's coldness as he retorted. Whoosh! A dark brown luster flashed past. No one could clearly see what it was, but the head of the soldier who'd been arguing with Han Shuo fell to the ground just like that. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck like a paintbrush sketching a bright painting on the ground. From now on, all you have to do is listen to orders. You don't need to have any doubts. Even if you do, just drop them in your hearts. Han Shuo's voice was strangely cold and murderous. That kind of ruthlessness was like that of a butcher's, causing the soldiers below to keep quiet out of fear. A troop of more than 100 people riding brightly colored war horses and wielding bright weapons slowly rode towards the city lord's mansion. One of them was wrapped in silver armor and held a silver spear. He bowed slightly towards Han Shuo and said, Sir Count, Earth Knight Fok will serve you and obey all your orders. Han Shuo didn't need to think too much to know that this Fok must have been arranged by Lawrence. Han Shuo could feel the murderous aura of a fierce warrior from this person. He understood that this person was a true soldier who'd experienced hundreds of battles. Han Shuo immediately looked at the Bretel City soldiers below with malicious intent and laughed mischievously. Fok, from today on, I'll leave them to you. Use the cruelest methods to train them. I won't blame you if they die during training. Chapter 301. Bretel City had become somewhat different. The commoners in the city dressed like beggars often saw scenes that were different from the past. The soldiers who used to live like cowardly worms in Bretel City were now full of vigor, as if possessed by ghosts and gods. They would actually line up in neat lines, panting and running while carrying heavy loads or practice sword skills in the city, lord's mansion that had been repaired. These originally cowardly and incompetent soldiers had a trembling and fearful expression on their faces. But under the ruthless training of a team of silver armor knights, they gradually gained a bit more backbone. Their originally sallow and emaciated faces also gained a bit more firm lines. These changes happened inadvertently. Not only did the soldiers in the city change, but other places in Bretel City also had subtle changes. For example, the broken city gates and broken city walls had been repaired by some retired soldiers who had spent a lot of time. The city lord's mansion in particular seemed to have suddenly regained its vitality. The people coming and going were actually a bit disorderly. The commoners of Bretel City, whose hearts were like dead ashes, didn't feel much when they saw these changes. They were used to the city lord being the first to run away, so they didn't feel that these changes would have any effect. On the contrary, they had some malicious guesses that these actions might bring harm to them. The bandits and soldiers of the 7 grand duchies, who hadn't visited the city for a few months, might think that there was more profit to be made from the changes in the city. If they were in the mood to come here and plunder again, it would be another miserable experience. Inside the city lord's mansion, Han Shuo slowly walked out of his secret room one morning. Fok, Dick, and Chester were waiting in the living room. Han Shuo looked at the 3 of them and moved his space ring. Shining weapons and bags of food slowly piled up. He looked at Fok and said, Make full use of these weapons and chariots. You also have to control the food. In addition, from today onwards, as long as it's a young and strong commoner, you can join the army. Apart from a guaranteed food allowance, each person will be temporarily given 1 gold coin each month. As an Earth Rider, Fok naturally had extraordinary abilities since he was able to be arranged by Lawrence. During this period of time, Fok had already killed a few of the soldiers due to the high-intensity training. However, the deaths of these soldiers had an immediate effect. In a short period of time, all the soldiers truly understood the cruelty of training. Not a single one dared to make up the numbers. During the day, Falk madly drilled these soldiers, and at night he even lectured some high-ranking soldiers on military strategy. Han Shuo had listened for a few days and felt that he had benefited greatly. He felt that this Falk was indeed a trustworthy officer. Understood. Falk wasn't a person who liked to talk too much. Under normal circumstances, he had an old-fashioned look on his face. He had a straightforward and hot-blooded aura that was ingrained in his bones as a soldier. Dick, have there been any abnormalities in the vicinity recently? Han Shuo asked with a smile as he glanced at Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle's operations here. My Lord Count, apart from some commoners who don't understand our actions, there hasn't been anything out of the ordinary around Bretel City. However, according to our Dark Mantle's observations, I believe that a group of bandits will arrive in the next few days. Of course, their target should only be the mountain people on Mount Tali near Bretel City. Dick replied courteously. Although the soldiers of Bretel City were cowardly and incompetent, the Dark Mantle was still operating normally. There were Dark Star envoys hiding in the surrounding mountains. Nodding, Han Shuo said with interest, very good. Keep a close eye on this matter. You must find out when those bandits will return, as well as their numbers and movement routes. Falk, perhaps we should also test out these soldiers. If we don't give them a bit of stimulation, I think it will be very difficult for them to truly grow. My lord, your words make a lot of sense. I will make them more spirited. Falk replied. 3 days later, on Mount Tali to the southwest of Bretel City, a battle that frequently occurred was currently playing out. Redbeard Troda was leading 4,000 fierce bandits, recklessly charging up Mount Tali. The mountain people hiding in the rocks, trees, and shrubs on the winding mountain path used bows and arrows to obstruct the bandits from ascending the mountain. The mountain people had long since gotten used to this kind of attack and naturally had their own way of dealing with it. The falling rocks and arrows caused quite a bit of damage to the bandits. The mountain people hiding behind the rocks were much braver than the soldiers of Bretel City. They didn't fear the bandits' attacks at all and used all kinds of attacks to attack the invaders. Falk, do you think these bandits will be able to win? At the foot of Mount Tali, Han Shuo was a distance away from the bandits. He turned his head to look at Falk and asked. Shaking his head, Falk calmly replied, impossible. Although Redbeard Troda has more bandits, it's a pity that the mountain people of Mount Tali occupy the terrain. In addition, they've long since gotten used to fighting on the mountain. It's impossible for war horses to travel on the rugged mountain path, and Troda doesn't have the determination to fight to the death. This battle is destined to be fruitless. Only 100 of the 4,000 fierce bandits have died. Falk, do you think we have any hope of getting rid of them? Han Shuo asked again. That's also impossible. The path below Mount Tali is flat, and we don't have any terrain that we can use to our advantage. In addition, these soldiers haven't been trained for long. I don't think they have the courage to face the Redbeard bandits immediately. Not to mention, we only have 1,300 people. My lord, this isn't a good idea. Falk was shocked and immediately tried to persuade Han Shuo. Unfortunately, Han Shuo didn't listen to Falk's advice. He laughed mischievously. Falk, you've forgotten that I'm an Archmage Necromancer. Archmage Necromancers should be most proficient in this kind of large-scale battle. Not to mention, there aren't any outstanding light Archmages among these bandits. I think we can give it a try. Before Falk could stop him again, Han Shuo had already walked out with a smile. As he walked towards the Redbeard bandits, Han Shuo ordered, Attack with me. I think you know what to do. Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff from his space ring and chanted a low incantation. Dark creatures appeared one after another. With the existence of the skeletal staff, the power of a summoning spell was doubled. With the 10 evil knights in the lead, 50 hate warriors, 200 zombie warriors, 700 skeletal warriors, and 300 gargoyles were summoned by Han Shuo using the skeletal staff and expending a large amount of mental strength. More than 1,200 dark creatures, including the terrifyingly powerful evil knights and hate warriors, as well as the fiercely whistling gargoyles, lined up neatly and marched towards the bandits under the command of Han Shua's skeletal staff. When Fox saw that so many dark creatures had appeared under Han Shua's incantation in just a few short minutes, Fox's expression became somewhat dazed. Only when Han Shua's figure was about to disappear from his line of sight did he suddenly react. He abruptly roared at the fearful soldiers behind him. "Today is the day to test the results of your training. You've all seen the city, Lord's methods. I don't doubt that he has the strength to kill all of you by himself. Any coward will meet a miserable end. Therefore, all of you can only listen to my command and attack." When the originally trembling soldiers heard Fox roar and saw the sinister expression on Han Shua's face as he brandished the skeletal staff, their hearts suddenly turned cold. Courage and fear strangely converged together, and all of them inexplicably gained the courage to fight. They tightly gripped the weapons in their hands, their gazes resolute. They were prepared to not fall into the hands of the city lord, even if they had to die in battle. The little skeleton, whose body was covered in sparkling white bones, rode a peculiar undead creature that was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in sharp bone spurs. This creature looked like a giant hedgehog that had been magnified 1,000 times. It dragged a tail that was covered in thorns and thorns. It only had a single grayish-white eye that emitted a deathly stillness. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were each riding a fire-spitting, black-armored warhorse that only evil knights could possess. They stood on either side of Little Skull. The 3 little things were actually even more arrogant than the 10 evil knights. They actually appeared at the very front of the group. What was strange was that the 10 evil knights didn't show any dissatisfaction and obediently followed behind Little Skull and the other 2. "Wow, what's that?" A cowardly bandit at the back suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him. He turned his head and was immediately dumbfounded, screaming out loud. The sullen and irritated Red-Beard Troda stood on a rock and roared. When he heard his subordinates' shouts, he immediately cursed. "Stupid pigs, charge up! Boss, behind, look behind you!" The bandit was frightened out of his wits as he pointed anxiously behind him and screamed. Troda raised his head and saw a dark aura of death rush towards him. A dense horde of undead creatures with an icy aura that didn't exist in this world were marching towards them. Chapter 302. Why are there dark creatures here? Redbeard Troda was stunned. He couldn't help but pause in his actions of commanding his subordinates to attack Mount Tully. He looked at the densely packed undead creatures in bewilderment. "Boss, I think these damn dark creatures are targeting us." The trembling, timid bandit felt as if the warm spring had turned to winter when he was glared at by Little Skull's purple eyes. He felt a bone-chilling coldness. "Light magicians, get rid of these filthy dark creatures." Troda obviously saw that the situation wasn't looking good and roared at the mages facing Mount Tully. There weren't as many mages on the profound continent as there were knights and swordsmen. The fact that there were a few mages in this bandit group spoke volumes of their extraordinary strength. A light journeyman mage and a light adept mage deeply understood that they would be the ones to deal with these dark creatures. The 2 had already started chanting magic as soon as Troda's voice fell. Rays of dazzling light, swords, and balls of light sparkled with a pure and holy light as they slowly shot towards the approaching undead creatures. The Earth Elite Zombie at the forefront scratched its head foolishly when it saw the light magic descending upon it. It suddenly disappeared into the ground from its flaming black warhorse. However, a barrier formed from dust suddenly appeared and blocked most of the light swords and balls of light. A few light swords and balls of light landed among the dark creatures and purified a few skeletal warriors. It was a pity that there were too few of them. Compared to the sea of dark creatures, this level of light magic didn't have much of an effect. After all, The two light mages weren't light, grand magi, like Ferguson, who could cast glorious splendor of light. Facing the attack of more than 1,000 undead creatures, the scattered specks of light couldn't stop the invasion of the undead army at all, especially when there were the 3 little skeletons who weren't afraid of light magic. Of course, the dark armor of the high-ranked evil knights was also very effective against light magic. Therefore, the entire army of dark creatures didn't stop even a step under the attack of the light swords and balls of light. They continued to charge majestically towards the bandits, led by Redbeard Troda. "Stupid pigs, raising you guys is really useless." Troda cursed loudly and pulled out a gleaming, double-edged broadsword from his space ring. He roared at his subordinates behind him. "Come, smash these filthy bones!" Troda took the lead and charged out. There were at least 3,000 bandits gathered around him. These bandits, who had no sense of strategy, followed behind Troda like a swarm of bees, fiercely charging at the dark creatures. Falk led a group of terrified soldiers in a completely different direction from the dark creatures. These Bretel City soldiers looked fearfully at City Lord Han Shuo, floating in the middle of the undead army. They seemed to remember Han Shuo's ruthlessness. None of them dared to cower. "Prepare the crossbows and arrows. Shoot them to death. You bunch of idiots, focus all your attention." Falk couldn't help but curse loudly when he saw that the soldiers on the battlefield still dared to be distracted and look around. The soldiers, who were used to being cursed, raised the bows and arrows in their hands amidst the curses. They aimed at the Redbeard bandits, charging from the foot of the mountain, and fired wildly. Although these people's aim wasn't very good, the Redbeard bandits were too densely packed together. As long as the strength of the arrows was enough, they would draw blood when they landed in the swarming crowd. On one side were soldiers who had just been trained for a short period of time and dared to resist the bandits for the first time. On the other side were a group of hot-tempered bandits who didn't know how to fight at all. As the defenders, the arrows and crossbow bolts in the hands of the soldiers had indeed received quite a bit of lethality. Rows and rows of arrows rained down, and more than 300 bandits were killed just like that. Another 500 to 600 bandits were either lightly or heavily injured. The bandits finally charged from the foot of the mountain after paying the price of 300 lives. At this time, the bandits had 2 choices. They could either attack the Bretel soldiers on the left or the slowly advancing undead army in front of them. Troda was extremely furious at this moment. He finally recognized that the ones who dared to attack his subordinates were actually the cowardly soldiers of Bretel City. This group of Bretel City soldiers, who always fled like dogs, had always been a laughingstock among the other grand duchies and bandits. However, these soldiers had actually dared to pick up their weapons and attack his subordinates at this time. They'd even caused quite a bit of damage. This was an unforgivable insult to Redbeard Troda. Therefore, Troda, who'd charged from the foot of the mountain, immediately roared madly, "Brothers, chop up this group of bastards!" Troda once again took the lead and roared angrily as he charged towards Falk's group of soldiers. He didn't attack the undead creatures in front of him like he'd originally planned. However, even though he didn't attack the undead creatures, the dark creatures controlled by Han Shuo and Little Skull wouldn't let them off in a friendly manner. When the dark green canopy of necromancy covered the bright red light of the evening, a thick aura of death slowly spread out from the canopy of necromancy. The bones of the undead creatures that bathed in the canopy of necromancy all shone with an evil luster. Their slow-moving attack speed suddenly increased by 3 times. Even the sluggish hate warriors started moving as fast as gargoyles. Following a string of cryptic and profound magic incantations, gray liquid rippled out from the water and poured down from the sky. The path the bandits took towards Falk's group of soldiers was filled with acidic swamps that were emitting green smoke. The bandits, who'd rashly stepped into the acid swamps, suddenly held miserably. Under the corrosion of the acid swamps, Their skin and flesh rapidly fell off from their bones. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 living skeletons of all shapes and sizes appeared in the acid swamps. Damn it, avoid those things that are emitting green smoke. Troda shouted loudly, then glared angrily at Han Shuo, who'd gracefully released necromancy magic. He roared, "Evil necromancer, why do you have to be enemies with us? I've never offended you." Temporarily halting his incantation, Han Shuo glanced at Troda with interest. A charming smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "Bretel City is my territory. Do you think you've offended me by burning, killing, and looting in my territory? Haha, so you're that unlucky new city lord. Do you think Bretel City is Seamus City? Do you think a necromancer like you can change the situation in such an abandoned place?" Troda actually mocked when he saw Han Shuo reveal his identity. "How would I know if I don't try?" Han Shuo replied with a light smile. He pointed the skeletal staff in his hand at Troda and ordered, "Children, tear them apart!" Little Skull, who was riding on the enormous undead creature, emitted a hazy purple light from his purple demon eye. He glanced at the undead creatures that were swarming towards Troda, his empty right hand abruptly slapping the undead creature beneath him. This undead creature that looked like an enormous hedgehog suddenly shook out 3 pairs of 5-meter-long wings that seemed to be made of green, rotting flesh. The enormous undead creature flapped its green wings and directly carried Little Skull into the air, sweeping towards Troda. This was like a bugle call to charge. As soon as Little Skull and the undead creature flew away, the group of gargoyles circling above quickly flapped their bat-like wings and closely followed behind the undead creature covered in spikes, attacking Redbeard, Troda's bandits. Floating in the air, Han Shuo sized up the spike-covered undead creature through the Demon. He didn't know why, but he felt that the densely packed, snow-white bone spikes on its body was somewhat familiar. After carefully examining it through the Demon, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the bone spikes from super-rank magical creatures that Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie had collected in the Forbidden Land. Those bone spikes that contained a strange energy were shockingly similar to the spikes on this undead creature. Could it be that this undead creature that I've never seen before was refined by Little Skull? This thought suddenly welled up in Han Shuo's mind for no reason, but was immediately rejected by Han Shuo with a shake of his head. This idea was too outrageous. As a Little Skull that he'd refined, it shouldn't have such a strange ability. Don't kill him. I want that leader alive. Riding on the strange, undead creature, Little Skull quickly flew above Troda. Han Shuo suddenly shouted as he watched Little Skull and the undead creature swoop down towards him. From Dick? Han Shuo knew that this bandit named Troda had looted Bretel City many times in the past few years. Han Shuo wanted this bandit leader, who'd raked in so much wealth, to spit out all the wealth he'd swallowed. After all, Bretel City currently needed a large amount of gold coins. Just the 200,000 gold coins that they'd brought over wasn't enough to sustain the city. Chapter 303. The undead creature that had been charging towards Troda was patted by Little Skull after Han Shuo shout. Little Skull and his mount suddenly changed directions, circling around Troda and charging into the dense group of bandits. Troda yelled as he shot out rows of arrows. A few of them landed on the undead creature, but unfortunately they didn't pose any hindrance to it. The undead creature, resembling a porcupine, charged into the dense group of bandits under Little Skull's control. Buffed, buffed. This powerful undead creature landed in the middle of the bandits, its sharp spikes piercing through 5 bandits. 3 of them were torn apart by the spikes, while the other 2 were sent flying through the air. 300 gargoyles whizzed over, flapping their bat-like wings as they swarmed forward. Dozens of bandits didn't even have time to defend before they were torn into a bloody mess by their hook-like claws. The dark creatures that couldn't fly, under the lead of the Earth Elite Zombie and would Elite Zombie, joined forces with 10 evil knights on fire-breathing black armored beasts and landed in the middle of Troda's red-bearded bandits. More than 1,000 undead creatures of all kinds charged directly into the middle of the bandits. These undead creatures that didn't fear death didn't feel any pain at all. They either used the sharp weapons in their hands or their claws and teeth to launch a frenzied attack on the bandits. Among them, the skeletal warriors were the weakest. Their bones would often shatter under the powerful bombardment. Apart from this, the higher-ranked zombie warriors' bodies were already very sturdy. The strength of the iron rods they wielded was also very fierce, often giving the bandits a lot of trouble. As for the enormous hate warriors, they were even more difficult to deal with. It often took 4 or 5 bandits working together to barely resist them. Apart from light magic, only fire and lightning magic could harm these powerful undead creatures. Even if some ordinary physical attacks broke the hate warriors' arms and legs, they still couldn't stop their attacks. 10 of the most valiant evil knights raised their enormous white bone spikes. Each one of them possessed great destructive power. With a wave of the enormous white bone spikes, 5 or 6 bandits would be swept to death. The black armor formed by the strange minerals in the Death Abyss was much more resistant to magic than the normal armor in this world. Undead creatures were strange existences that were not easily harmed by physical attacks, so these 10 evil knights were a nightmare for bandits. They couldn't seem to find a way to deal with them. Han Shua, who was suspended in the void, waved his skeletal staff and chanted a cryptic spell. The greenish-black canopy of undead was shrouded in a dense death aura. Ripples spread into the air and formed acidic swamps. Undead creatures didn't pose any hindrance to the acid swamp, but once a living person without an aura of death fell into the acid swamp, their skin and flesh would immediately melt. "You damned, stupid pigs! Do you only know how to watch from the side?" Fok cursed loudly and pointed his silver spear at the bandits. He roared, "Aim and shoot!" There were more than 4,000 savage bandits, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. Han Shua had also summoned more than 1,000 undead creatures, but most of them were the lowest-level skeleton warriors. However, these skeleton warriors were the weakest in terms of battle strength and often couldn't pose any real threat to the bandits. Therefore, it was impossible for the undead creatures to completely annihilate this group of 4,000 bandits with just the few hate warriors and evil knights. Fok roared as rows of arrows landed among the bandits and even the undead creatures. 4 high-level undead creatures, like the hate warriors and evil knights, a few arrows wouldn't cause them any harm. Therefore, even if their attacks missed, they wouldn't cause much damage to the undead creatures. The novice archers heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the hate warriors were still able to attack the living people around them without any problems, even after a few arrows pierced into their bodies. They were able to fire freely. Now that they no longer had any worries, the archery skills they'd gradually grasped during their daily training slowly came into play. More and more of the Redbeard bandits were killed under the rain of arrows. Han Shua, who'd been coldly observing the entire battle situation, suddenly had a thought. The magic that had been scattering through the acid swamp temporarily stopped, and a narrow, winding path appeared from Troda's side to Fok's side. The narrow path could only fit 3 or 4 people, but it seemed to leave some hope of attacking Fok's group. "Attack! Kill these damned, cowardly soldiers of Bretel City." Troda pointed at Fok. The bandits that had surrounded him charged towards Fok with Troda in the rain of arrows. The soldiers, who'd gradually gotten used to the oncoming charge, mercilessly sent even more arrows towards Troda's group. The charging bandits fell to the ground like porcupines, their bodies full of arrows, javelins, and spears. Their deaths were also strange. On the mountainside of Mount Tully, the leader of the mountain people, Fulkin, who was tall and had a high-nosed bridge, wore a set of armor that was not considered rare. He looked at the chaotic battle at the foot of the mountain in confusion and said, "What's going on?" Fulkin was the leader of the mountain people on Mount Tully. He'd lived on Mount Tully for the past few years, exchanging, or for daily necessities. This group of about 1,000 mountain people had been reduced to less than 600 in the constant fighting. If it wasn't for the mountains' terrain, they would have long since been breached by the bandits. I don't know who that necromancer is, but those soldiers should be from Bretel City. Oh, how dare these Bretel City vermin take up weapons? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The old miner, Turiaf, stood on tiptoe on a tall rock, looking down with the same puzzlement. I've heard that Bretel City has a new city lord. Does this new city lord really want to change Bretel City? Fulkin couldn't help but exclaim softly, astonishment in his eyes. Rumor has it that the new city lord is called Brian. He seems to be a necromancer and has even killed a great sword master of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He's a demon who's challenged many experts of the Empire. No one has been able to escape from his palms, leaving no one alive in every battle. Turiaf couldn't help but remind Fulkin when he'd heard some news from Awesome City from some merchants who'd recently come over. As the master of the mountain people on Mount Tully, Fulkin thought for a moment with a dark expression, then said, "That damned bandit Troda has killed many of our people. Even my younger brother died in his hands. No matter what, Troda's situation isn't looking good now. It looks like we don't need to stay on the mountain to defend." "Fulkin, you mean we should charge down the mountain and fight to the death with Troda?" Turiaf was startled and asked. Nodding, Fulkin snorted and suddenly shouted, "Perhaps today is the day for us to take our revenge. That damned bandit Troda has killed too many of our people. Don't let him leave Mount Tully alive." Fulkin walked out from behind the rock after he finished speaking and charged towards the parties fighting at the foot of the mountain. The mountain people, who'd been hiding among the rocks and shrubs, suddenly erupted with accumulated hatred when they heard Fulkin's words. They followed behind Fulkin and charged towards Fox Group. For Fulkin and the others, it was best not to get too close to strange existences like the undead creatures. After all, these creatures didn't belong to this world. It would be a waste if they attacked them as well. In addition, there were many acid swamps of various sizes in the middle of the undead creatures. Dozens of white skeletons that had just shed their skin and flesh could be seen in the acid swamps. This horrifying scene was extremely shocking to them. They naturally wouldn't want to come to such a dangerous place. Whoosh whoosh. 2 bone spears shot out of nowhere. Troda, who was advancing, suddenly felt pain in his legs. Then, dozens of gargoyles swarmed him. Before he could react, they grabbed him with their iron claws and spiraled him into the sky. "I'm the new city, Lord of Bretel City. My name is Brian. Nice to meet you, Troda." Han Shua's voice sounded courteously. When Troda reacted, he found that Han Shua was looking at him with a faint smile. For gargoyles, iron claws had pierced through his back. The 4 gargoyles flapped their wings to keep him from falling to his death. "What do you want?" Troda was indeed a bandit leader. Even though his back was dripping with blood and in great pain, Troda's expression was still fierce as he glared angrily at Han Shua and roared, "I don't want anything. I just want all your wealth. Everything you've plundered from Bretel City all these years. Spit it all out." Han Shua was in a good mood as he chuckled lightly. "Just kill me. I won't give it to you even if I die. Haha, you won't be able to obtain that wealth." Troda laughed maniacally, as if he didn't know how to spell the word death. Uft! 3 bone spears pierced through Troda's abdomen and chest. Han Shua smiled faintly. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm a necromancer. Necromancers not only have powerful control over dark creatures, but are also very familiar with souls. Even if you die, I can still obtain everything from your soul." Chapter 304. Boss is dead. A bandit suddenly screamed when he saw Troda being pierced by 3 bone spears. Faced with the undead creatures and Bretel City soldiers, the bandits had all lost their will to fight after Troda's death. The fearless bandits suddenly began to think about their own lives. No one thought of avenging Troda. Each and every one of them fled in a panic. A hazy green shadow was wrapped up by necromancy magic released by the skeletal staff. Han Shua solemnly chanted a cryptic incantation, absorbing the memories in the soul's mind. After a while, Han Shua waved the skeletal staff and the soul turned into green smoke that dissipated. The gargoyle grabbed Troda's corpse and brought it in front of Han Shua. Han Shua reached out to take the space ring from Troda's corpse, then casually tossed the corpse away, having obtained Troda's memories regarding wealth. Han Shua let out a light sigh of satisfaction and looked at the chaotic battle in the distance. Under the undead creature's attacks, a portion of the Red-Beard bandits, who'd suffered heavy losses, rushed to Fox's side. Under Fox's command, the soldiers who'd been hiding in the distance and shooting arrows fearfully switched their bows and arrows to broadswords and spears. With Fox's 100 experienced knights leading the charge, they attacked the bandits charging over. Fulkin and the mountain people of Mount Tully also rushed down from the mountain, joining forces with Fok and the soldiers of Brettel City. They encircled and annihilated the Red-Beard bandits, who'd lost their will to fight after their leader's death. Han Shua controlled the situation through the 3 Een demons. He knew that the bandits were destined to suffer a crushing defeat this time. The undead creatures still died one by one under Han Shua's command. Having reached the separate demon realm, Han Shua no longer needed the power of these souls. However, the demon's lair edge in Han Shua's chest was still working, silently absorbing the energy that was hard to see with the naked eye. Han Shua hovered in the air until he discovered that the bandits had escaped from the undead creature's area. He discovered that Little Skull was riding that strange giant hedgehog among the undead creatures, howling as he chased after the bandits. The Earth and Wood elite zombies were together with the 10 evil knights, also hunting down the bandits. After an order was passed down, the remaining skeleton warriors and zombie warriors squatted down in the area and began to collect the spoils of war from the bandits' corpses. Weapons, leather bags, and even some good clothes were taken out by these competent undead creatures and piled up according to Han Shua's orders. After the bandits had escaped, the canopy of necromancy that hadn't been replenished by Han Shua's mental strength gradually dispersed with the wind. When the sunlight shone down, the corrosive liquid of the acid swamp gradually sank into the ground. The white skeletons that had been maintaining their strange postures cracked and shattered with a loud rumble. The outcome of the battle had been decided, and there were no more surprises. Of the 4,000-plus bandits in this battle, over 2,700 had died here. The rest had fled in a sorry state without a trace. All the spoils of war of the dead bandits had been gathered up and handed over to Fok for safekeeping. Nearly 200 of the Brettel City recruits who'd participated in this battle had died in the face of the savage bandits' attacks. On the other hand, only 50 of Fulkin's mountain people had died. This was enough to prove that this group of cowardly soldiers had very poor combat ability. Respected Lord Count, thank you for your help. Fulkin arrived in front of Han Shua after the dust had settled and bowed respectfully towards Han Shua. No need to be polite. Mount Tully belongs to Brettel City. As the city lord, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. Han Shua replied with a smile, then added, I hope this is a good start. Brettel City is also your hometown. I don't think you have to stay in Mount Tully forever. Perhaps we will return to Brettel City, but now isn't the best time. Lord Count will surely understand our concerns. A single battle wouldn't be able to make Fulkin feel at ease. Fulkin definitely wouldn't dare to take the risk before Brettel City displayed its formidable military strength. Nodding, Han Shua smiled. You will see the changes in Brettel City in the future. All right, today's matter ends here. I still have other matters to take care of. Ignoring Fulkin, Han Shua walked over to Fok and instructed him to clean up the battlefield. He then left by himself, heading in the direction of Helen Duchy. Han Shua had already learned the location of the bandit Troda's hidden wealth. Apart from the few crystal cards in his space ring, Troda hadn't sold the rare jewels and ores he'd plundered over the years. Instead, he'd buried them in a barren mountain. Troda had originally been a criminal of Helen Duchy. Due to the succession of Helen Duchy's Grand Duchess Helentina, he'd been pardoned and released. Troda had left the prison and returned to the free world he'd been away from for many years to become a bandit. However, even though Troda had been wreaking havoc all over the place, he still couldn't forget his hometown. He'd hidden his wealth in a barren mountain not far from his hometown. The current Grand Duchess of Helen Duchy, Helentina, was rumored to be an enchanting woman. This woman's methods were exceptional. She'd sat on the position of Grand Duchess under the covetous eyes of many uncles, becoming the de facto ruler of Helen Duchy. None of the uncles who'd fought with her for power had escaped her grasp. They'd all been killed after she'd ascended to the position. Helen Duchy, humph! Han Shua snorted coldly as he flew through the dusky sky, secretly considering when to make a move against Helen Duchy. Although Helentina was a woman, Helen Duchy was in her hands. Those troops didn't have any benevolent hearts. Among the 7 Grand Duchies' invasions of Bretel City, Helen Duchy was equally frequent. Helen Duchy was located to the northeast of Bretel City. It was more than 700 kilometers away from Bretel City. It would take a day to reach the duchy on horseback, but Han Shua only spent about an hour using the art of the demonic ninth heavens. When Han Shua arrived at the barren mountain, he discovered that a large-scale battle involving 4 duchies was currently in full swing. Helentina, whom Han Shua had just secretly cursed, was valiantly sitting on a fiery red phoenix, calmly commanding the soldiers to attack. Chapter 305. The 7 Grand Duchies were Helentina's Helen Duchy, Alec Ambridge's Bavenden Duchy, Bert Zeeley's Ballet Duchy, Randy Allad's Bonton Duchy, Benedict Sackville's Narsen Duchy, Algie Kirrant's Etmond Duchy, and Niam Beige's Bisley Duchy. The total area of the 7 Grand Duchies added up wasn't much smaller than the Lancelot Empire. However, the 7 Grand Duchies were at war with each other all year round, seemingly showing no signs of stopping. Currently, Helen Duchy, Narsen Duchy, Etmond Duchy, and Bonton Duchy were participating in this battle outside of Helen Duchy's borders. Grand Duke Benedict of Narsen Duchy was in the prime of his life and coveted Helen's beauty. In order to win the beauty's heart, he joined forces with Helen Duchy to help her resist the invasion of Etmond Duchy and Bonton Duchy. Benedict coveted Helen's beauty and had the idea of obtaining all the beauty of the human nation. However, Helen had always adopted a lukewarm attitude towards Benedict Sackville's crazy pursuit. This made Benedict Sackville's heart itch, and he tried his best to curry favor with her. He often led Narsen Duchy's army to lead the charge at Helen's invitation. Helen of the Helen Duchy on the Bald Mountain was wearing a fiery red magic robe. There was a profound magic pattern on her bulging chest, and her long red hair fluttered in the wind. Complemented by the red fire phoenix beneath her, Helentina was as dazzling as a goddess of fire. On the hillside below her, Benedict of the Narsen Duchy stood in front of a luxurious carriage in an exquisite and clean suit. With a calm and confident smile on his face, he looked at the soldiers of Etmond and the Bonton Duchy, who were attacking the Bear Mountain. Han Shua flew above the mountain and glanced at the battle that was in full swing. He thought of the location where Troda's wealth was hidden and was momentarily stunned. It was different from the valley where the mithril mine was produced last time. This bald mountain was made purely from a kind of sturdy limestone. For the Earth Elite zombie, he could move unimpeded through the soft soil, but the entire bald mountain made of limestone wasn't something he could enter as he pleased. If the metal elite zombie of the place of extreme metal could be refined, the metal elite zombie that could pierce through mountains and split rocks would be able to easily charge in. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the place of extreme metal had yet to be determined. Naturally, the metal elite zombie had no way of obtaining it. Therefore, as he stared at the unending battle on the bald mountain, Han Shuo could only think of other methods. Standing high in the sky and looking down at the bald mountain, Han Shuo furrowed his brows as he pondered whether or not he should take the opportunity to sneak in. Troda's wealth was hidden under Helentina, and Benedict stood beside the carriage. The reason why Troda hadn't stored all of his wealth in his space ring was because he was afraid that someone would assassinate him and obtain his space ring. This Troda was also sufficiently dissolute. He kept 3 mistresses and 2 sons in the Helen Duchy. One of the mistresses he trusted the most had already been properly arranged by him. Once the news of his death was known by that mistress, the treasure at the bottom of this bald mountain would become the pillar of support for that mistress and his son's next life. Therefore, before the news reached that woman's ears, Han Shuo still needed to plunder the 400,000 gold coins worth of treasures as soon as possible. Just as Han Shuo was contemplating the method below, Grand Duke Helentina of Helen Duchy, who was being looked down at by Han Shuo, actually sensed Han Shuo's gaze. Grand Duke Helen furrowed her brows, and a magic staff embedded with a large piece of Firespark stone suddenly appeared in her hand. This magic staff had an amplifying effect on fire magic. Helen raised it and pointed it at Han Shuo. Raging flames condensed into 5 human-sized fireballs that swept towards Han Shuo in the sky. Hateful woman! Han Shuo cursed in a low voice. He extended his left hand and nimbly moved his 5 fingers. Faint purple flames wove into a profound ice net, trapping all 5 enormous fireballs within. He used the mystical glacial spellfire's purple magic flames to form a magic net, wrapping the 5 fireballs and causing them to emit sizzling smoke. The extremely cold air instantly ground away all the fire magic elements in the 5 fireballs. Scattered sparks slowly floated down, forcing Helen to raise up a magic barrier. Who is it? Helentina looked up at the sky and only saw a black dot under the sunlight. When she discovered that the fireballs had been easily dissolved, she immediately put away her contempt and asked cautiously. Snorting coldly, Han Shuo didn't pay attention to Helentina and flew towards the back of the bald mountain. He planned to temporarily leave this area and think of a way later. Behind the desolate mountain, Han Shuo had already seen some soldiers of Helen City. They seemed to be pushing some kind of enormous war equipment up the mountain. They were planning to ambush and kill some soldiers to change their clothes and join the ongoing battle. When Helentina saw that Han Shuo only snorted coldly and flew towards the back of the mountain without another word, she was alarmed. She shouted at Benedict below, "You guard this place well. There are magic cannons being pushed behind the mountain. A dangerous person has gone over there. I must immediately go and take a look." Without waiting for Benedict Sackville's response, Helentina patted the fiery phoenix beneath her. This super-rank, magical beast fiery phoenix's gorgeous and bright feathers fluttered in the air like ribbons. Wearing a fiery red magic robe, Helentina flew towards the back of the mountain like a raging inferno. These magic cannons contained strange magic elements that were repelled by space rings. They couldn't be directly stored in space rings and could only be slowly pushed by manpower. Helentina had planned for this battle for a long time. Her trump card was to use this batch of magic cannons and the high terrain of the mountain to bombard the area below. After preparing for such a long time and finally tricking the 2 enemy duchies to this place with great difficulty, Helentina absolutely wouldn't let anyone ruin her plan. Therefore, when she saw Han Shuo fly towards the back of the mountain, she immediately spared no effort to stop him. Han Shuo had just flown to the back of the mountain when a fiery red shadow swiftly arrived before he could carry out his plan. 5 slender fire snakes, each 7 meters long and lifelike, wriggled their slender bodies in the air, splitting into 5 different directions as they coiled towards Han Shuo. The dance of the fire snakes spell could only be cast by a fire archmage. With the help of the Fire Sparks stone embedded staff in her hand and the mental strength amplification ring on Helentina's left hand, the Dance of the Fire Snakes spell that an Archmage could originally only release 3 fire snakes was now able to release 5 at the same time. The 5 fire snakes wriggled through the air, the scorching heat causing the air to crackle. The surging red flames were so fierce that it seemed as if they would immediately burn Han Shuo into charcoal if they approached him. Han Shuo was stunned. He had originally looked down on Helentina, thinking that she was an ambitious woman who only knew how to scheme and use her beauty to get ahead. He hadn't expected that she actually had real skills. Her astonishing strength and extraordinary beauty gave Han Shuo quite a shock. The snow-white bone spurs bloomed like flowers, and the hard white bones became soft. Under Han Shuo's nimble manipulation, they weaved into an enormous bone shield. Endless darkness covered the scorching sun, and the dark fog also covered the area just as the bone shield appeared in front of Helentina. The red glow of the 5 fire snakes wasn't enough to illuminate the dark fog that covered even the scorching sun. When the 5 fire snakes lost their target and coiled around the bone shield, roasting the hard bone shield until it was pitch black, Helentina suddenly couldn't feel a trace of Han Shuo's presence at all. The dark fog disappeared as quickly as it had come. A light breeze blew past, and the thick fog that had covered the sky just now surprisingly faded away. When the rays of the scorching sun once again shone on the small mountain, Han Shuo's figure had disappeared without a trace in the clear sky. All that was left was the pitch-black bone shield that had lost the support of its magical power. It scattered into dark bone fragments and fell to the ground. Taking out a white glove with silver threads embroidered on it, Helentina casually grabbed a piece of broken bone that had fallen to the ground. She glanced at the bone in her hand that was as black as ink, and her bright eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. She muttered to herself, "It's actually a damned necromancer. Where did this person come from?" After muttering to herself for a while, Helentina didn't have any clues. She naturally assumed that Han Shuo had taken advantage of the dark fog to escape. Turning her head back to look at the group of soldiers still busily pushing the magic cannons, Helentina shouted delicately, "Hurry up! Move all these magic cannons up the mountain!" The shirtless soldiers who were immersed in their work all took the time to shout yes when they heard this. They secretly glanced at the goddess of their hearts, intoxicated. Their bodies seemed to be filled with an indescribable energy, and their strength suddenly increased by quite a bit. In a corner of a large boulder, a soldier who was holding onto the rack of the magic cannons revealed a trace of playfulness in his eyes. He was like a ferocious beast hibernating in the dark, looking at Helentina as if she were its prey. He laughed softly. "Helenduchy, Helentina. Bretel City's plundering has fattened you guys. It's time for you to shed some blood." Chapter 306. As soon as the female Grand Duke of Helenduchy left, the previously dispersed dense fog once again slowly converged. The clear sky was covered in ink, turning it pitch black to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. The soldiers of Helenduchy, who were doing their utmost to push the magic cannons, couldn't help but scream in fear. Within the inky darkness, an erratic shadow moved unrestrainedly. Unsuppressible, mournful cries of alarm rang out wherever the shadow passed. These mournful cries of alarm would abruptly stop as soon as they started. The soldiers who had wandered back and forth between life and death many times quickly understood what it meant when these cries abruptly stopped. All sorts of unreconciled howls were isolated by the darkness. The thick black fog concealed the cruelty of the massacre. When the fog truly dissipated, there were over 40 corpses on the ground. Every corpse had been killed by a sharp weapon piercing through the nape of their necks. A total of 6 magic crystal cannons, 5 meters tall and 6 meters long, shone brightly after the fog dispersed. These magic crystal cannons were made from magical silver and all sorts of strange metals. Their barrels were engraved with profound and cryptic miniature magic arrays. The silver-gray magic crystal cannons were abnormally heavy and definitely couldn't be easily moved. Specks of black light flickered as if the light of the stars had appeared at the same time as the scorching sun. Heavy and stiff bodies appeared one after another beside the magic crystal cannons. 60 zombie warriors divided themselves into 6 groups and carefully guarded the 6 heavy magic crystal cannons as they pushed them down the bare mountain. It was indeed very difficult to push the simple and unadorned magic crystal cannons up the mountain. However, it naturally didn't take too much effort to push them down from halfway up the mountain. The 6 magic crystal cannons that had been pushed up the mountain with great difficulty by the Hellen Empire soldiers didn't even take a tenth of the time it took for the 60 zombie warriors to push them down to the foot of the mountain. Of course, these incomparably large and expensive magic crystal cannons weren't only guarded by a few dozen laborers. Only a few soldiers in charge of guarding the cannons were still shrouded in the dark fog and hadn't walked out. At the foot of the mountain, the 1,000 or so soldiers who had painstakingly delivered the magic crystal cannons from the Hellen Duchy immediately realized that there was a problem when they saw the magic crystal cannons that had just been pushed up quickly slide down. The ones pushing the cannons weren't their own soldiers either. Before the 1,000-odd soldiers could react, the ground at the foot of the mountain suddenly split open, along with a rumbling sound. A total of 6 extremely expensive magic crystal cannons rolled into the suddenly split, open ravine one after another. The deep crevice was so long and deep that even after the 6 magic crystal cannons fell into it, they didn't make any muffled sounds. The 60 zombie warriors who had completed their mission disappeared into thin air one after another under the flabbergasted gazes of the soldiers in the back of the mountain. Only the deep marks left behind by the magic crystal cannons proved that they had indeed existed. "Captain, what should we do?" The junior captain looked at the senior captain eagerly. His brain was sluggish as he stared at the gully that was constantly healing, and he asked in a dry voice, "Inform the Duke. 6 magic crystal cannons are worth 600,000 gold coins. If we can't get them back, our lives will be over." The senior captain had a terrified expression on his face. He had originally planned to flee this place, regardless of everything. However, when he thought of Grand Duke Helentina's ruthlessness, as well as his parents in Hellen City, he stayed here like a boulder, already prepared to die. While the two of them were talking, the gully that had suddenly split open in the ground actually miraculously healed after devouring the 600,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cannons. All of this was unimaginable before their eyes, and the shock it brought to them actually temporarily diluted some of the fear in their hearts. In the sky above the bald mountain, Helentina, who had returned empty-handed, once again returned to Grand Duke Benedict Sackville's side. The phoenix's feathers fluttered in the wind, causing Helentina's figure to appear even more beautiful and radiant. What happened? Nothing unexpected happened, right? Although Benedict was already middle-aged, his elegant and erudite noble temperament, in addition to the charm of a mature man, had a fatal attraction to ordinary women. Benedict, who had hunted countless women, looked at what was perhaps the most difficult prey to obtain in this lifetime and calmly inquired, as usual, "He's escaped. It's an evil necromancer." Helentina revealed a reserved smile. She wasn't stingy with her smile as she spoke in a slow and gentle tone. "So it's just a cowardly necromancer. He, an insignificant character who doesn't affect the overall situation, shouldn't have any effect on our plans." Benedict made this judgment with a peace of mind. He didn't express any further opinions on the matter and casually asked, "When can the magic crystal cannons arrive? I really want to quickly see those despicable invaders fall apart under the bombardment of the magic crystal cannons. They're already halfway up the mountain. They'll appear soon. I spent a large amount of money to purchase these 6 magic crystal cannons from the Brute Merchant Alliance. I've already tested their power a long time ago. You'll definitely see fresh blood blossom like fresh flowers. Tina, who had tried to destroy a small forest with a single cannon shot, already had a picture of the enemy's flesh and blood splattering in her mind. Tina, who had walked through blood and fire until now, was similarly filled with anticipation. Lord Duke, it's bad, it's bad. The junior captain at the bottom of the mountain ran over while stumbling, shouting loudly with a terrified expression. What is it? Tina's brow furrowed. She was very displeased in her heart and shouted unkindly at the junior captain who had disturbed her mood. All 6 magic crystal cannons are gone? Although the junior captain was terrified, there was nothing he could do. He could only stammer out the truth with fear in his heart. What? Tina, who had fallen from the peak into the abyss, felt a bit dizzy for a moment. She couldn't adapt to this sudden contrast at all and didn't realize that her shrill voice was contrary to her usual elegance. Some zombies pushed the 6 magic crystal cannons down the mountain, and then a ravine suddenly split open in the ground, swallowing all 6 magic crystal cannons. After the cannons disappeared, the ravine healed and the ground became flat again. That's the truth. The junior captain lowered his head and quickly described what had happened. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Tina's eyes. An enormous fireball shot out, and the raging flames immediately submerged the junior captain. Tina's face was covered in a layer of frost amidst his mournful screams. She once again flew towards the back of the mountain on her fire phoenix, her anger soaring to the heavens. The fire phoenix danced gracefully in the air and sparks shot out. Benedict was certain that the soldiers in charge of escorting the cannons were going to be in big trouble. Lord Duke, what should we do? Do we still need to firmly guard this small mountain? As soon as Tina left the bald mountain, a military officer with a straight back and gloomy expression beside Benedict Sackville immediately asked in a deep voice. Benedict Sackville shook his head, and the elegant and calm expression on his face disappeared. With a calm face he shouted, "Without the magic crystal cannons, this battle is purely a waste of military strength. We naturally can't do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. Let's go. We'll immediately withdraw from this bald mountain. You only need to notify Ka-Ba of Duchy. I think he'll know what to do." Nodding his head, the military officer didn't waste any more words and directly left Benedict Sackville's side. He continuously issued orders to the high-ranking officers under him to retreat. Benedict Sackville was indeed pursuing Tina. However, Benedict Sackville had the wonderful idea of swallowing up the entire Duchy. In essence, Benedict Sackville was still a duke who only cared about profit. He wouldn't waste his own strength for the sake of his pursuits. When Narsen Duchy's army was ordered to retreat, the soldiers of Duchy that Tina had left seemed to realize that the situation was anything but reassuring. After some negotiations, Ka-Ba, the commander of Duchy's army, cleanly issued the order to retreat. Under the rain of arrows, the soldiers of Narsen Duchy and Duchy that were defending the valley quickly dispersed like a tide. The battle that was in full swing dissipated just as quickly as it started. The battle stopped after 3,000 corpses were left on the bald mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The 2 opposing duchies who had waited for the soldiers of Duchy to leave the city with great difficulty saw these people neatly withdraw from the mountain. Under the command of their leaders, they circled around the mountain and chased after the Narsen and Duchy. Apart from the corpses all over the ground, there were only 300 soldiers from Etmin and Bonton Duchy who were cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remaining supplies. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the majority of the troops had left the bald mountain. The 300 soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield suddenly felt as if the day had turned into night. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark green clouds. The remaining soldiers who were collecting supplies from the corpses looked up at the dark green clouds in the sky, full of doubt. All the weapons and armor had been gathered into 5 large piles. The 300 soldiers who had just completed their mission suddenly discovered in horror that the bodies of the soldiers who had just died were slowly wriggling within the dark, green clouds of death. They stood up in grotesque shapes. 3,000 corpses were scattered in all directions. Once they all stood up, they immediately surrounded the 300 soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield. Under the effects of the necromancy demons, the 3,000 corpses didn't take long to transform the 300 soldiers into existences similar to themselves. Under the control of Han Shua's evil power, the 3,000 zombies that had been resurrected with sluggish expressions lined up neatly and headed in the direction of Helen Duchy. As the spellcaster, Han Shua arrived at the place where Benedict Sackville had just been. Using Troda's memories, he successfully entered the underground and obtained the inheritance that Troda had prepared for his mistress and child. Chapter 307. Han Shua had just finished collecting the 5 piles of materials from the mountain into a space ring when he suddenly discovered a large mass of pure and holy light illuminating the earth in the distance. The pure and holy light caused Han Shua to instinctively loathe it. Wisps of light, smoke rose from the light and dissipated between heaven and earth. After collecting all the valuable items on the mountain, Han Shua raised his head and gazed into the distance. He discovered that the 3,000 zombies that had majestically marched towards Helen Duchy had turned into ashes after being bathed in the pure and holy light. Not a single one was left in the short span of a few minutes. Through the Demon's line of sight, Han Shua saw a group of 4 people gliding over on war horses. 3 of them wore silver-gray armor with the cross of the Church of Light engraved on the chest of their armor. A white-robed light mage held a thick scripture in his hands. Every time he flipped a page of the scripture in his hands, a vast amount of holy energy would overflow. Helen Tina of Helen Duchy rode her fire phoenix and advanced side by side with the 4 of them. Her pretty face was filled with anger and a biting, cold, killing intent as they rapidly approached the mountain. A demon that had come to spy on them was planning to get a closer look at them. The white-robed light mage holding the scripture seemed to have sensed it. His wise and bright eyes stared in the direction of the demon as he flipped another page of the scripture in his hands. A beam of white light suddenly shot out from the page of the scripture and struck the invisible demon in an instant. When the beam of white light hit the demon that Han Shua had spent a lot of materials to refine was wrapped up by a strange energy and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the soul imprint that Han Shua had planted in it no longer existed. A slender eye opened in the sky above Han Shua. The white-robed light mage in the distance suddenly closed the scripture. His eyes seemed to pass through layers of obstacles and directly fell on Han Shua's body. He said in a peaceful voice, "He's on the mountain." The 3 Templars raised their horses, which were also wearing silver armor. Their horses suddenly sped up and flew toward the bald mountain. The white-clothed light mage leisurely abandoned his horse and slowly floated up. He was even faster than the 3 Templars on their horses. Helen Tina, who had been flying at a low altitude on the Fire Phoenix, shouted when she heard this, and the Fire Phoenix immediately soared into the sky. A ball of fiery red light streaked across the sky, arriving above the bald mountain in a few breaths. The annihilation of a demon not only aroused Han Shua's anger, but also made Han Shua realize how terrifying the strength of the people from the Church of Light was, especially the light mage with the scripture in his hand. He had destroyed Han Shua's demon with just a wave of his hand. His entire person and the scripture were very mysterious, causing Han Shua to be on guard. With Han Shua's high speed and the Earth Elite zombies' invisibility, Han Shua wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the eye of the sky appear above his head, Han Shua didn't choose to retreat. At the very least, he wanted to meet the light mage who had destroyed his demon and see the situation before deciding if he needed to retreat. The magically condensed eye of the sky above his head required an unending supply of mental strength from its caster. When the light mage discovered that Han Shuo was standing motionless in his original spot, he immediately withdrew the eye of the sky, no longer providing it with a large amount of mental strength. Helen Tina, who was wearing a fiery red magic robe and riding a fire phoenix, landed in front of Han Shuo like a flame under the gorgeous sunlight. Helen Tina was about 27 or 28 years old, her gentle and beautiful face covered in frost. She coldly stared at Han Shuo from atop the fire phoenix and said, "Hand over the 6 magic crystal cannons immediately." With a calm and natural expression, Han Shuo raised his head to look at Helen Tina. He curled his lips and lightly laughed, saying, "This is only a little interest that your Helen Duchy has to pay. Remember, the 6 magic crystal cannons are only the beginning. I will make you spit out the things you've plundered all these years, bit by bit." "Who are you?" Helen Tina was first angry when she heard this, but then she seemed to recall something and began to interrogate Han Shuo about his identity and origins. "Ha ha, you'll know soon enough." Han Shuo casually replied and didn't continue to look at her. He placed all his attention on the light mage who had already arrived. "Please come with us to the Church of Light. As long as you are able to recognize your sins, the God of Light will forgive your recklessness and ignorance." Red-robed Archbishop Koss looked at him calmly, as if he was the host inviting a guest. Koss and Ferguson were both Grand Magi. However, apart from light magic, Koss also cultivated wind magic. In addition, he held the Church of Light's divine artifact, Revelation. He could borrow divine power through the revelation in his hands. His strength was much higher than light, Grand Magus Ferguson's by a large margin. Koss, who was only 45 years old, was able to hold the position of a Red Archbishop. This showed that Koss was absolutely not an ordinary person. Above a Red Archbishop was the Light Pope, the emissary of God of Light in the human world. As the youngest Red Archbishop, Koss had a very high chance of becoming the next Light Pope. "I'm sorry, I don't have the time." Han Shuo bluntly refused as he looked at Koss indifferently. The 3 Templars finally arrived. The road on the bare mountain wasn't too rugged, so they hurried over with their horses. Standing on top of the mountain, Han Shuo gazed into the distance and discovered a group of a few dozen knights in silver armor slowly appearing in the distance. It seemed that Koss's group of 4 had abandoned those people and gone ahead of them. "My lord, there's nothing to say to this heathen. He brutally killed Lord Ferguson. Such a sin should be burned to death by the karmic fire." One of the Templars coldly glanced at Han Shuo and suggested to Koss. The Templars were a group of fanatics who completely dedicated their faith to the God of Light. The Templars themselves possessed extraordinary strength. Only when the God of Light recognized their existence and bestowed blessings upon them would they have the qualifications to become Templars. According to the firmness of these Templars' faith and their own efforts, each blessed Templar would receive a different divine blessing. The strength of the Temple Knights could be distinguished by the amount of godly blessing they received. The Temple Knights who only received a little bit of godly blessing would have the symbol of the Holy Grail on their chest armor. Those who received less godly blessing would have the symbol of an olive branch. Those who received more godly blessing would have the symbol of a cross on their chest armor. The Templars who received the blessing of the God of Light could display their strength to the greatest degree. These extremely rare Templars had the image of an angel statue on their chest armor. Every Templar with an angel statue had terrifying strength comparable to a sacred knight. If the Templar himself was a sacred knight, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, these Templars were extremely rare within the Church of Light. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't easily leave the temple of the God of Light. Therefore, the Templars with the image of a cross on their chest armor were already the most powerful Templars the Church of Light had to deal with outsiders. Now, the three Templars with the image of a cross on their chest armor were staring at Han Shuo with a kind of paranoid fanaticism. This kind of craziness that only stubborn religious people would have caused Han Shuo to become cautious. "Brian, please come with us to the Church of Light and explain clearly. I can guarantee that even if your sins are grave, the God of Light will still forgive your recklessness. At most, you will only be imprisoned in the Church of Light and won't be killed." Red Archbishop Koss was worried about the Lancelot Empire's warning and tactfully made a final effort. "Brian? So you're that unlucky new city, Lord of Brettel City. I finally understand what you meant just now. Humph. You dared to snatch my magic crystal cannon. You simply don't care about the lives of everyone in Brettel City." Helentina suddenly came to her senses. Her pretty eyes focused on Han Shuo as she coldly snorted. "You can try. If any duchy dares to encroach on Brettel City now, they will have to pay the appropriate price." Han Shuo remained unmoved and only shot a cold warning glance at Helentina. He then slowly pulled out the Demon's Lair edge and nodded at the Templar who had spoken first, saying, "Come, brave Templar, come and duel with me. As long as you win, I will consider your return to the Church of Light. I believe that the Church of Light won't swarm me at the same time, right? A despicable necromancer doesn't need a second person to take action." The Templar pointed his silver spear at Han Shuo and said righteously. The silver spear shone with a dazzling silver light. This silver light belonged to the color of fighting aura, and Han Shuo was already familiar with it. However, within this silver spear, other than the energy of the silver Do Chi, there was also a sacred and clean energy. When this strange energy fused with the Do Chi, it was much stronger than the pure silver Do Chi. The Templar had exchanged his stubborn and loyal faith for the blessing of the God of Light. Apart from the fighting aura that he had painstakingly cultivated, he also obtained a strange energy. This energy not only protected him from the corrosion of evil energy, but also gave him the power to purify the evil in the world. The damage that normal dark and necromancy magic could inflict on the Temple Knights was extremely limited. Even the high-level dark and necromancy magic with astonishing destructive power could still cause the Temple Knights to have very strong defensive abilities. However, the weapon in his hand was mixed with the power bestowed by the god. It had a terrifying destructive power against dark and necromancy mages. If ordinary undead creatures were to be touched by the silver spear, they would immediately be unable to withstand it and turn to ashes. Chapter 308. Watching the high-level Temple Knight of the Church of Light slowly approach on his warhorse, Han Shuo's mind was tranquil, his expression callous. He held the Demon's Lair edge in his right hand and paid attention to the approaching Temple Knight. His space ring suddenly lit up and a tricolored skull staff appeared in his empty left hand. Han Shuo was just about to chant an incantation to summon high-level undead creatures when he saw the divine weapon revelation. In Red Archbishop Koss's hands suddenly burst out with a vast and dazzling holy light. This revelation quickly flipped through the pages even though there was no wind, giving its owner, Red Archbishop Koss, a fright. The tricolored skull staff was made of an unknown material. The tricolored skulls, yellow, blue, and purple, shone brightly. At the same time that the tricolored skulls shone brightly, a sinister and sinister power madly circulated. The light from the tricolored skulls converged and actually surged towards Koss, who was holding Revelation. The pages of Revelation in Koss's hands were flipping continuously. A beam of light floated out from each page he flipped. Those beams of light formed wondrous characters that flowed like a river in front of Koss. The wondrous characters clashed with the tricolored skull's radiance. For a moment, evil and divine energy simultaneously erupted. Between Han Shuo and Koss, a violent aura violently radiated in all directions. The Temple Knight that had come to challenge Han Shuo, as well as the other two Temple Knights, were all forced to continuously retreat by the terrifying power. Tina, who was riding on the fire phoenix, had long since been unable to bear the burden. She flew high into the sky with the fire phoenix, watching the changes that were still happening below them in fear. Red Archbishop Casa's previous calm and peaceful demeanor disappeared without a trace. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he stood there trembling slightly. His eyes were aghast as he looked at Han Shuo in front of him. He felt all the energy in his body frantically pouring into revelation. This was a situation that had never happened before. This revelation of the Church of Light was left behind by Casa's teacher after his death. Casa's fortune wasn't shallow. Under the baptism of the Temple of the God of Light, he had obtained the approval of the God of Light and obtained revelation. However, this divine weapon had only been in Casa's hands for a mere 3 years. During these 3 years, Casa had been successful in every endeavor with his identity as a light and wind Grand Magus. Against some evil powers, revelation had always been successful. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Holding the skeletal staff, Han Shuo frantically poured all the mental strength in his body into the skeletal staff. The skeletal staff was like a large sponge immersed in water, rapidly absorbing Han Shuo's mental strength. This mental strength poured into the skeletal staff and seemed to drive the magic of the staff itself, ultimately forming a bizarre, tricolored evil light. All of it converged towards Kas, who was holding revelation. Even though Han Shuo had the mental strength of a Grand Magus, the frantic absorption of the skeletal staff still made him feel a little dizzy. However, Han Shuo's willpower was stronger than an ordinary person's. In addition, his physical body was also ridiculously strong, so he didn't break out in cold sweat and shiver like Kas. Between Han Shuo and Kas, the divine and evil powers interweaved together. The terrifying impact made it so that there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Wherever this impact passed, the mountain rocks would shatter. The entire bald mountain seemed to be exploding violently. Loud rumbling sounds continuously rang out from between the two. This evil power is so enormous that I can guarantee that only the evil god's weapon of the Calamity Church can possess it. Kill this ignorant heathen. The Templar Knight from before felt dizzy from the explosion of power between Han Shuo and Kas. His silver-armored warhorse directly rolled down to the foot of the mountain. After standing up with great difficulty, the Templar Knight discovered that Kas was shivering all over. While he was shocked at Han Shuo's strength, he immediately proposed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Han Shuo. These Templar Knights knew very well how powerful Red Archbishop Kas was. Kas, who held the divine weapon revelation, had always been the nightmare of evil powers all these years. They didn't expect that today, in such a place, Kas would actually show signs of fatigue when facing this weak heathen. It was precisely because they feared Han Shuo's strength that they proposed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The other 2 Templar Knights watched the scene in front of them from 2 sides on their warhorses. As soon as they heard the Templar Knight's suggestion, they immediately urged their warhorses to charge towards Han Shuo, who was struggling to hold on against Kas. The 3 Templar Knights carefully avoided the center of the unceasing explosions and took a detour from Han Shuo's sides and rear. Amidst the shooting of the divine light from Revelation, the 3 Templar Knights sang praises for the heroism of the God of Light. Their silver spears brimmed with divine power as they attacked Han Shuo. Among them, Tina, who was hovering in the air as a fire phoenix, looked at the despicable actions of the Church of Light with a trace of disdain. However, Han Shuo was also her enemy, and the Church of Light wasn't something a mere duke like her could offend. She was happy to watch from the sidelines. Han Shuo, whose mental strength was madly pouring into the skeletal staff, coldly stared at Kas, who was also having a hard time. At the same time, he was constantly on guard against the approach of the 3 Templar Knights. Although Han Shuo couldn't move his body or use his mental strength, he could still use his demonic arts. Under the control of his mind, Another strand of magical yuan flowed into the Demon's Lair edge in his right hand. Recently, the Demon's Lair edge had absorbed an enormous amount of energy from dead souls, faintly possessing the terrifying aura of a peerless weapon. After Han Shua's magical yuan was poured into it, the Demon's Lair edge was like a bloodthirsty beast that had been trapped for tens of thousands of years, suddenly smelling the delicious taste of fresh blood. Accompanied by a shrill howl, it suddenly broke free from Han Shua's hand. A mass of bloody light formed from countless stars, crazily condensed into a bloody cloud. Boundless resentment and a tyrannical aura of slaughter caused the blood-red glow of the Demon's Lair edge to be as thick as a cloud. It actually covered more than half of the sky above the bald mountain. The thick stench of blood seemed to carry a soul attack. Not only the 3 Templar knights who had come to ambush, but even Helentina, who had flown high into the sky when she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, was suddenly surrounded by boundless fear, resentment, and ruthlessness. Helentina, who was riding on the Fire Phoenix, felt dizzy. Her chest felt so heavy that she wanted to vomit immediately. Another crazy obsession gradually rose from the bottom of her heart. Helentina knew that something was wrong. She hastily chanted a spell to form a fiery red magic shield, completely enveloping herself and the Fire Phoenix. In addition, sparks appeared as the Phoenix's ribbon-like wings flapped, causing the interior of the magic shield to be filled with sparks. Only then did Helentina manage to suppress the urge to vomit. She urged the Fire Phoenix to fly further away from Han Shua, angrily and somewhat fearfully looking at the battle between the Church of Light and Red Archbishop Kos, who possessed a divine weapon. The Demon's Lair edge's overflowing killing intent formed a negative soul attack. Its target wasn't Helentina in the sky at all. Therefore, Helentina, who had summoned a magic shield and had the Phoenix's sparks purifying her, was barely able to defend against the terrifying killing intent of the Demon's Lair edge. However, the 3 evil knights of the Church of Light didn't have it as easy as Helentina. The Demon's Lair edge hovered above Han Shua's head and danced wildly. The killing intent of this peerless weapon wasn't any weaker than the 2 divine weapons. With the Demon's Lair edge as the center, layers of thick blood-red clouds dyed the sky above the bald mountain a blood red. The 3 Templar knights who had tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Han Shua were struck by the violent negative soul attack. The war horses beneath them fell to the ground with a loud thud as they neighed and bled. The Templar knights staggered as they dismounted from their war horses. Blood flowed from their nostrils like 2 wriggling earthworms, directly sliding down their necks and into their chests. The 3 Templar knights didn't know how to deal with this unfamiliar evil energy. This kind of evil energy was different from the gloomy mysteries of the Calamity Church. Instead, it was a kind of bloodthirsty, irascible madness, cruel and arrogant enough to destroy everything. The 3 Templar knights felt heart-wrenching pain as they raised the silver spears in their hands and sang the praises loudly to obtain even more divine energy to protect their bodies. Their bodies sparkled with dazzling radiance as they continuously resisted the invading energy. After the Demon's Lair edge absorbed 90% of Han Shua's demonic yuan, it mobilized all the evil energy of the dead souls hidden within, forming an enormous evil magnetic field that possessed the ability to attack the soul. It started to corrode the souls of all living beings within its range. Red Archbishop Kos, who was holding revelation, was already having a hard time resisting the invasion of the tricolored evil energy of the skeletal staff. When Han Shua's Demon's Lair edge displayed another terrifying energy that was completely unfamiliar to him, Kos almost couldn't help but groan. When the Demon's Lair edge circled above Han Shua's head and gradually turned into a beam of bloody light that shot towards Kos, Kos did his utmost to control his mental strength. He bit his tongue and chanted an incantation. When a flower of blood blossomed on one of the pages of Revelation, the frantically flipping pages of Revelation suddenly stopped and was quickly put away by Kos. The skeletal staff seemed to only be competing with the god of light, Revelation. When Revelation was quickly put away by Kos, the skeletal staff suddenly became dim and lifeless, immediately stopping absorbing Han Shua's mental strength. However, the demon's lair edge that had turned into a beam of bloody light persistently shot towards Kos. Chapter 309. Kos had already suffered internal injuries and was flustered by the demon's lair edge's soaring, killing intent. He hastily took out a magic scroll from his space ring and released it. A ball of silver light tightly wrapped around his body as he hastily chanted a magic incantation. The frigid wind whistled like a sharp knife, forming an enormous, turbulent whirlwind that formed multiple layers of obstruction for the demon's lair edge. The demon's lair edge that was flying at high speed was slowed by the frigid gale when it fell into the enormous whirlwind. The killing intent condensed on the demon's lair edge also dissipated a bit. When the demon's lair edge broke through the obstruction of the whirlwind, it immediately shot into the silver light emitted by Kos's magic scroll. The demon's lair edge was already an arrow at the end of its flight when it was struck by this layer of light that contained a strange energy. It only made Kos spit out a mouthful of blood again, but didn't take his life. Protect the Lord! When the three Templars saw Kos in such a sorry state and Han Shua's ferocity, they lost their heads out of fear and shouted loudly. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and staggered towards Han Shua and Kos. Actually, Han Shua's own body was also in a terrible state. First, the skeletal staff suddenly went berserk and absorbed 90% of his mental strength. Then, when the Templars ambushed him, the demon's lair edge absorbed more than half of Han Shua's magical yuan. Currently, Han Shua's strength was far too lacking compared to when he was at his peak. After the demon's lair edge's attack failed to injure Kos, Han Shua was no longer able to throw out a similarly terrifying attack. When he saw the three Templars approach, he immediately chanted a magic incantation. Soon after, Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Wood Elite Zombie suddenly appeared. Little Skull was still riding on the undead creature covered in bone spikes. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie each rode on a fire-breathing warhorse. As soon as the three of them appeared in this world, they immediately smelled something disgusting. The smell of the three temple knights who sang praises of the god of light was instinctively repulsive. Without waiting for Han Shua to give the order, the three strange dark creatures rushed out and flew directly towards the three Templars. They seemed to want to destroy the Templars that they hated. Humph, lowly creatures of darkness, suffer the wrath of God of Light. The Temple Knight raised his silver spear and tried to return the three bold, dark creatures to the dust. Unfortunately, the three undead creatures that had been refined using a secret demonic art were not afraid of the power of God of Light that could purify evil. When the spear that contained divine power landed on their bodies, it didn't turn into ashes as the Templars had expected. Among the three undead creatures, Little Skull was the first to move. He swung the bone dagger in his hand at the silver spear without hesitation. During this process, the bone dagger in Little Skull's hand suddenly underwent a strange change. The hard bone dagger suddenly wriggled like a living creature. The dagger that was originally only the length of a dagger rapidly grew like a plant, and in a short period of time it had actually become a long blade that was 3 meters long. The long saber did not stop squirming. There seemed to be thousands of worms wriggling on it, making people's scalps go numb. Small and sharp-boned spurs slowly protruded from the body of the saber. The 3-meter-long saber was filled with small, sharp thorns, looking ferocious and terrifying. This process took a long time to describe, but had actually happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. In the instant that the little skeleton raised his blade and brandished it at the silver spear, the bone blade had continuously wriggled and transformed into a 3-meter-long, sinister long blade full of spikes. Wielded in the hands of the little skeleton, who was only 1. 3 meters tall, it looked quite comical. However, as Little Skull wielded the long blade, a towering aura of death covered the sky. The thick aura of death carried the aura of 10,000 years of loneliness and desolation. The gloomy aura revealed an endless smell of death. It was not afraid of the purification of the Templar's silver spear at all. With a resounding clang, the little skeleton, who was riding on an enormous hedgehog-like undead creature, swooped down from high in the air, bringing with it a surging aura of death. The Templar knelt to the ground with a single blow from the enormous long sword. This Templar had already suffered serious internal injuries from the erosion of the negative energy of the Demon's Lair edge. With such a violent blow from Little Skull, his knee couldn't withstand it and cracked. Before the Templar could react, Little Skull's long blade pierced through the Templar's silver armor. He actually lifted the Templar on the tip of the long blade and flew towards Han Shuo with a swagger. Han Shuo didn't need to take a second look to know that this Templar was long dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so defenseless. After the little skeleton flew over, it swung its 3-meter-long, sinister-looking long sword slightly. The Templar, who had been dancing in the wind, directly fell from the sky and collapsed at Han Shuo's feet, lifeless. This Templar, who could emit silver fighting aura, still possessed the strength of a Sky Knight. It was a pity that he had been heavily injured and had underestimated the little skeleton. That was why he was easily killed by the little skeleton with his astonishing strength. As the other two Templar were further away from Han Shuo, they didn't suffer much from the erosion of the Demon's Lair edge. In addition, the Earth and Wood elite zombies weren't as terrifying as Little Skull. Therefore, although they hurriedly defended against the endless attacks of the Earth and Wood elite zombies, they didn't collapse so quickly. Tina, who'd been soaring through the sky on her fire phoenix, was shocked beyond belief by the scene below. She'd originally planned on reaping the benefits of the third party, but when she saw with her own eyes that not only had Red Archbishop Koss and the 3 Temple Knights failed to kill Han Shuo on the spot, but one had been killed and the other 3 had been heavily injured, she immediately panicked. Looking at Han Shuo standing proudly under Little Skull and coldly observing the surroundings, Tina continuously weighed her gains and losses. On one hand, she was worried about the shocking strength Han Shuo had displayed, and on the other hand, she felt her heart ache for losing the 6 magic crystal cannons. After hesitating for a while, the 600,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cannons had clearly diluted Tina's fear of Han Shuo. She watched as Little Skull rode an enormous bone spur undead creature, wielding a 3-meter-long blade, majestically charging towards Red Archbishop Koss, who was frantically escaping to the foot of the mountain. Tina didn't have any more time to think. She and the Fire Phoenix brought out the raging flames of the burning cloud. The magic staff embedded with the Fire Spark Stone and several mental strength amplification rings were activated together. Surging flames surged forth, covering most of the sky. The monstrous flames spread downwards, completely covering the top of Red Archbishop Koss's head. Koss, who was fleeing in panic, quickly discovered the abnormality above his head. He hurriedly released a wind magic, fanning the flames and causing a hurricane to blow the flames towards Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, forcing the Earth Elite Zombie and Little Skull to stop their pursuit. Undead creatures were born to live in the dark and damp world. They were eternally drowned in the endless cold without sunlight. Therefore, they had an instinctive aversion to blazing light and high temperatures. When the surging flames enveloped Koss's direction, Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie didn't immediately rush over. Lord Koss! Lord Koss! Some of the Templar Knights in the distance finally rushed over. The strength of these Templar Knights was obviously inferior to the 3 experts with crosses on their chests. Most of them had olive branches and holy grails on their chests. Most of them had the strength of advanced knights or earth knights. However, there were quite a few of them. As they were blessed by the god of light, they also had the power to purify undead creatures. It would be unrealistic for Han Shuo to drown them with his enormous army of undead. Not to mention there was also the light, grand Magus Kos. Kos, who was heavily injured and had expended a large amount of mental strength, immediately shouted when he saw the Templar Knights arrive, "Kill this heretic!" His heart of darkness shouldn't exist in this world of light. Previously, Kos had tried to persuade Han Shuo with kind words, but now that he had tested Han Shuo's strength and been seriously injured by Han Shuo, Kos no longer had a benevolent heart. Out of fear of Han Shuo's evil power, he immediately gave the order to kill as many as possible. When the Templar Knights who had just arrived saw the sorry state of Kos and the others, they immediately followed Kos's orders and charged towards Han Shuo on the mountain that was already riddled with holes. The other 2 Templar Knights, who had barely managed to catch their breaths under the attacks of the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie, immediately shouted, "Be careful of his dark creatures! Not only are they not afraid of divine energy, they also possess mysterious techniques. We must be careful." While the Templar Knights were talking, a group of death guards of the Calamity Church appeared on the other side of the mountain. A necromancer wearing a pitch-black magician's robe and several death knights clad in pitch-black armor were also rushing towards the mountain with all their might. The necromancer's gloomy voice sounded anxious. "Hurry up! This Brian absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Although we were also unintentionally injured by him, you must not be dissatisfied." Many of the death guards were bleeding from their mouths and noses. It seemed that they had also been injured by the killing intent of the Demon's Lair Edge. The eyes of the necromancer shone with a dim light of excitement as he muttered, "The divine weapon, the skeletal divine staff, blessed by the 3 evil gods. How did it appear in his hands?" Chapter 310. Han Shuo stood tall on the bald mountain and looked at the charging Templars without any fear or worry. He'd already recovered some of the mental strength and magical yuan he'd lost. Although it would be difficult for him to win against such a large group of Templars alone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave calmly. Because one of the Een demons had been destroyed by revelation, Han Shuo hadn't released the other 2 Een demons. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the reinforcements from the Calamity Church that had appeared near the Bald Mountain. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, his consciousness sensed another power. Han Shuo's soul in the separate demon realm had formed his consciousness. With his consciousness, Han Shuo's senses were even sharper. When Han Shuo sensed that sinister power, he immediately reacted. Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, Edwin had said that the Calamity Church would appear when he needed them the most. It looked like Edwin wasn't speaking without thinking. Han Shuo, who had been standing on the bald mountain, flew into the sky with a thought. He could clearly see a necromancer and a death knight of the Calamity Church charging over together. By this time the barren mountain was already riddled with holes from the collision of the divine weapons. There were holes and holes everywhere. However, the death knights of the Calamity Church were treading on the uneven mountain path as though it were flat ground. Red Archbishop Kos, who was tightly protected by the Templars, looked up at Han Shuo from atop a warhorse. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Although the strength of these Templars was extraordinary and there were enough of them, it was a pity that they didn't have flying magical beasts to ride on. Faced with Han Shuo hovering in the air, they could only look helplessly at Red Archbishop Kos, who could use magic to float in the air. They didn't dare pursue Han Shuo due to their heavy injuries. Helen Tina, who was riding on the Fire Phoenix, sized up Han Shuo with a dark expression. She seemed to be hesitating on whether she should take this opportunity to chase after Han Shuo. If Helen Tina hadn't seen the battle between Han Shuo and the Church of Light, she would have charged towards Han Shuo without hesitation and retrieved the 6 magic crystal cannons that Han Shuo had stolen. Unfortunately, Helen Tina, who had just witnessed everything, had already deeply understood the terror of Han Shuo's strength. Pointing at Helen Tina, Han Shuo revealed a mocking smile as he said, "You still want the magic crystal cannons?" The originally hesitant Helentina was swept by Han Shua's disdainful gaze, and an irrepressible anger instantly spread throughout her body, diluting the fear in her heart. She patted the fire phoenix beneath her and charged straight at Han Shua. The Templars stopped above the valley. Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the air, clearly saw that the Calamity Church had also arrived above the valley. After some malicious thoughts, Han Shua immediately chanted an incantation and sent the little skull, earth, and would elite zombies back to the other dimension. He then left the mountain with a long laugh. Damn it, he actually left! The necromancer leading the Calamity Church team began to hesitate when he saw Han Shua fly away from the mountain. It's the Calamity Church. They must be with that heathen. It was at this moment that the Templars discovered the Calamity Church's people coming up from the foot of the mountain. As mortal enemies, the two forces had been fighting openly and covertly for hundreds of years. The accumulated hatred between the two sides was definitely greater than the hatred between Han Shua and himself. Therefore, as soon as the Templar Knight shouted, the Templars of the Church of Light didn't hesitate in the slightest. All of them attacked the Calamity Church's Death Knights that appeared in their line of sight. The battle began in an instant. Having fought for hundreds of years, the two sides' eyes were red with bloodlust as they sang praises to their respective gods. The battle raged like wildfire. The necromancer leading the team had originally planned to curry favor with Han Shua and rescue Han Shua from the hands of the Church of Light. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking didn't have any effect. With the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shua was able to directly leave this place of trouble, leaving their mortal enemies behind to fight the final battle. This despicable fellow, he really is one of us. The necromancer muttered to himself in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was praising Han Shua for being tactful or cursing Han Shua. In short, after saying this, the necromancer became spirited and commanded the death guards to fight the Templars. Shameless necromancer! Give me back my magic crystal cannon! Helentina, riding the wind on her fire phoenix, shouted as she chased after Han Shua. Shameless necromancer! Give me back my magic crystal cannon! With the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shua quickly left this area and landed in a lush valley. As soon as he left Kos, who was holding revelation, Han Shua released the remaining two Een demons. They seemed to be flying around in a panic, but through the two Een demons, Han Shua could clearly see Helentina's every move. Helentina rushed to the valley and finally saw Han Shua stop. Along with Han Shua was the little skull, who was riding the strange, undead creature. Helentina, who had been blinded by anger, shot straight at Han Shua as the fire phoenix fluttered in the air. The fire phoenix let out a low, melodious cry and spat out a stream of scorching flames. Helentina waved the fire-park stone inlaid staff in her hand, and many bright, red, bowl-sized fireballs appeared, floating towards Han Shua and Little Skull in a dense swarm. The Little Skull, wielding the 3-meter-long blade, used the hilt to poke the remaining undead creature. The undead creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a soundless howl towards the sky. One by one, wraiths sparkling with green light were spat out of the undead creature's mouth. The wraiths brought with them a thick aura of death from another world and were covered in specks of green light. As soon as they descended into this world, they madly absorbed the aura of death from the dead souls floating around the valley. The wraiths, which originally only had specks of light, slowly expanded in size. Driven by the undead creature's breathing, they surged towards the dense fireballs like green liquid. After absorbing the power of the dead souls, the wraiths finally couldn't withstand the rapid expansion any longer. The aura of death condensed to a certain point and exploded in the air one after another. The aura of death that filled the sky turned gray and green. The icy aura surged into the densely packed fireballs, causing them to slowly dissipate amidst the sparks. When the little skull, riding on the undead creature, saw the huge fireballs dissipate, he urged the large, porcupine-like undead creature to charge towards Helentina. Undead creatures naturally loathed hot flames. However, despite their loathing, Little Skull's crystalline bones had great resistance against fire magic, so he wasn't really afraid of fire. When the aura of death destroyed the fireballs that filled the sky, Little Skull directly faced Helentina with a sinister long blade under Han Shua's command. The fire phoenix beneath Helentina burst into flames when Little Skull approached. The high temperature that could burn everything caused the verdant shrubs in the surroundings of the valley to wither and die. Only a few towering ancient trees with unusually large roots were still standing. At this moment, the demon's lair edge whistled through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, dragging a long purple tail behind it. The demon's lair edge arrived next to the fire phoenix and Helentina in an instant. The dancing purple flames suddenly poured down like starlight, pouring over the burning fire phoenix's body. A shrill cry suddenly came from the fire phoenix's mouth. After the shrill cry, the fire phoenix spoke in the human language, calling out in a clear and melodious female voice, "What's so cold?" As the purple demonic flames descended, the bone-chilling cold poured down, causing the fire phoenix's entire body to emit hissing sounds of smoke. The fire phoenix suddenly felt its steel-like bones become strangely stiff. Its flapping wings became heavier and heavier as it slowly descended into the depths of the valley with Helentina on its back. "Sister Fire Phoenix, what's wrong?" Helentina hastily called out with a face full of panic. "I don't know. My body feels very uncomfortable." The fire phoenix shrieked, not knowing what to do. She couldn't stop her descent, and she was also a bit afraid. She was afraid of the unknown cold invading her body. When the two female creatures were about to hit the ground, the branches of the towering ancient trees in the surroundings suddenly twisted and danced. They were like the tentacles of an enormous octopus, tightly trapping Helentina and the fire phoenix. They couldn't move at all. "Damned necromancer! How can you use the power of nature of a druid?" The fire phoenix's crisp voice continued to shout after being tightly bound by the branches. Helentina grasped the fire obsidian staff in her left hand and struggled to chant a fire incantation, but she suddenly discovered that a sinister long blade with a sharp tip was pressed against her slender white neck. Helentina raised her head and saw that the strange little skull had a pair of bone wings formed from 7 bone spurs flashing lightly behind his back. The long blade that was completely disproportionate to his body was being held in his hand, and a knife flashing with purple light was staring at her, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. "What do you want?" Helentina raised her head to look at the cold Han Shua. She, who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire to get to where she was now, had actually calmed down. She looked at Han Shua with resentment. Chapter 3:11. "What do you think, haha?" Han Shua purposely laughed lewdly, his face full of obscenity. When he looked at Helentina, he kept glancing at her curvaceous body. Helentina, who was wearing a fiery red magic robe, was tightly bound together with the fire phoenix by the branches. The Wood Elite Zombies tree branches were as soft as snakes, but no matter how soft the branches were, they still had some sharp edges. Helentina's magic robe was torn by the branches, revealing a few patches of her snow-white skin. Helentina's thoughts immediately went astray when Han Shua used the branches to bind her. When she saw Han Shua's lewd gaze, her heart was thrown into chaos. She angrily glared at Han Shua in panic, wanting to commit suicide. "Helen, don't!" The fire phoenix sensed Helentina's thoughts and immediately cried out in alarm to stop her. Unfortunately, the fire phoenix was tightly bound and couldn't move at all. Therefore, she had no way of moving Helentina. Helentina, who was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, suddenly felt her entire body go limp and weak. She didn't even have the strength to bite her tongue. She then saw Han Shua walk over, his large hand landing on the back of her white and slender neck. A strange energy flowed into her body from Han Shua's coarse hand, gradually draining her of strength. "Humph. I'm not interested in your body for now. You don't need to rush to die." Han Shua snorted coldly and slapped Helentina unconscious with one hand. He then grabbed her and flew high into the sky. As the branches binding the fire phoenix slowly fell, Han Shua's voice came from afar. "Have the Helen Duchy prepare 1,000,000 gold coins. I'll hand her over to you. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect her corpse." The fire phoenix, whose entire body was slowly loosening, watched as Han Shua carried Helentina into the distance. Her crisp voice was filled with bitterness. 1,000,000 gold coins. If those people know that she's been captured, they'll probably only think about how to rebel. What should we do? The faraway Han Shua didn't hear the phoenix's voice. After capturing Helentina alive, Han Shua rested for a while in the depths of the valley, replenishing the mental strength and magical yuan he had expended. Half a day later, when Han Shua once again returned to the Bald Mountain, he could tell from the traces of gravel on the mountain that there had been another battle after he left. As for the final outcome of the war between the Calamity Church and the Church of Light, Han Shua naturally had no way of knowing. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Han Shua used the Earth Elite Zombie to deploy the energy of the Earth and once again brought the 6 magic crystal cannons to the surface. Summoning zombie warriors to push the 6 magic crystal cannons, Han Shua used the Tuyin demons to scout the surroundings as they slowly made their way towards Bretel City. If Han Shua could fly through the air, he would naturally be able to return to Bretel City in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, he was carrying 6 magic crystal cannons and had to constantly avoid the soldiers of other duchies. Therefore, he naturally couldn't fly fast. Late at night on the second day, Han Shua directed the zombie warriors to bring the magic crystal cannons to a dense forest and slowly advance together with the zombie warriors. Han Shua placed the 2 demons on the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings at all times. Suddenly, Han Shua summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and hid the 6 magic crystal cannons in the ground. He stared coldly at the depths of the dark forest and shouted in a low voice, "Come out!" A fleeting shadow slowly appeared in the depths of the darkness. It was the necromancer he'd met yesterday. The shadow elongated and gradually revealed its original appearance. Like an old fey demon that had crawled out of its grave, this necromancer's entire body was brimming with the aura of rotting corpses. His ash-gray eyes were unfocused like those of a zombie, instilling an instinctive fear in the dark night. As a necromancer himself, Han Shua naturally wouldn't feel any fear when he saw this necromancer appear. Holding Helentina in the crook of his left arm, Han Shua frowned as he looked at the necromancer who'd appeared and said, "It looks like your physical body is no longer here. You're just a mix of a soul and an undead creature. Just how many years have you existed for?" Necromancers were known as soul snoopers in the outside world. Apart from the legendary gods of this plane, necromancers were the ones who understood the wonders of the soul the most. Through their understanding of the essence of the soul, high-level necromancers could make their own souls immortal. Of course, necromancers with immortal souls couldn't live forever with their physical bodies. Necromancers with immortal souls would usually use the bodies of various powerful undead creatures to mix with their own bodies. This way, their bodies, which contained a dense aura of death, would be filled with coldness and wouldn't rot. This necromancer, who'd appeared in front of Han Shua, had obviously fused with a fey demon that was 1 rank higher than an evil knight. His deathly pale face was filled with a morbid aura of death, and the unconcealable smell of rotting corpses proved that his physical body was no longer pure. "I'm called Wolf, 170 years old this year. I'm a Grand Magus Necromancer of the Calamity Church." "Ha ha, we're all necromancers, so of course you know that as long as we're not killed, it's not difficult to obtain a longer life with our understanding of the soul." Wolf smiled as he looked at Han Shua, talking about the topic of eternal life as usual. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Of course, but you've followed me for so long. Could it be that you wanted to talk to me about eternal life? Brian, you're a genius. Your existence is a rare miracle for the Calamity Church. In the past, we wanted to do everything possible to get you to join the Calamity Church, but it looks like we were all wrong. You've always been one of us, haha." Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf smiled sinisterly at Han Shuo. When these words were spoken, Han Shuo was shocked and looked at Wolf with a heart full of doubt. Han Shuo furrowed his brows and said, "I've never joined the Calamity Church. When did I become one of your Calamity Church's people?" "Ha! It looks like even you don't realize what you possess." Wolf shook his head and sighed with emotion. He then smiled and said, "You'll know sooner or later. I've come this time to tell you that although the Temple Knights of the Church of Light have suffered heavy losses, Red Archbishop Koss, who holds the Revelation, still managed to lead a portion of the Temple Knights out of the mountain alive. From now on, I think the Church of Light has already considered you as one of our Calamity Church's people. You'll inevitably face the endless pursuit of the Church of Light if you openly stay in Bretel City. Whether you're willing or not, we'll protect you in secret. However, I hope you'll be careful." After hearing Wolf's words, Han Shuo was extremely puzzled at first. After furrowing his brows and thinking for a while, he suddenly had a thought and took out the tricolored skeletal staff. He stared deeply at the 170-year-old Necromancer Wolf and said, "Is this skeletal staff a divine weapon that belongs to your Calamity Church?" When Wolf, who'd been smiling and talking sinisterly, saw Han Shuo take out the skeletal staff, his ash-gray, unfocused eyes suddenly blossomed with a faint green light. With a trembling voice, he actually prostrated himself on the ground and chanted a string of inexplicable murmurs. His two hands made a strange posture, as if he was offering all of his faith to the evil god. The tricolored skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand suddenly shot out 3 faint rays of yellow, blue, and purple light. The 3 rays of light instantly landed on the ancient, Grand Magus Necromancer's body. Wolf trembled as he continuously kowtowed. Bathed in the 3 rays of light, his body began to wriggle like a worm. Han Shuo's exhausted mental strength actually miraculously recovered when the light from the tricolored skeletal staff shone on Wolf's body. On the other hand, the necromancer who was crawling on the ground began to wriggle and slowly weaken. Han Shuo could clearly feel the skeletal staff sucking away the necromancer's mental strength like a sponge. This process continued for a short while before the skeletal staff stopped flashing. Han Shuo's exhausted mental strength was actually replenished. Only the body of the necromancer who was crawling under Han Shuo's feet continued to wriggle under the black robe. It was as if an enormous tumor had come to life and was jumping up and down under the black robe. Wolf's body continued to wriggle, but he didn't stop chanting the ancient incantation even though he was prostrating on the ground. After a large amount of his mental strength was consumed, the wriggling of his body became more and more intense. Finally, after a mournful howl, Wolf suddenly stood up from the ground. The originally old and deathly pale Wolf had suddenly turned into a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was filled with an elegant, feminine, and noble aura. The dense aura of rotting corpses on his body naturally disappeared, and his skin was filled with a gentle luster like white jade. Wolf's originally sinister voice became gentle and gentle as he lamented, "The feeling of being young is so good!" Standing in front of Han Shuo watched the changes unfold with his own eyes. His heart was completely filled with shock as he looked incredulously at Wolf, who had returned to his youth. He then looked at the skeletal staff in his hand with shining eyes and muttered, "Miraculous, too miraculous!" Chapter 312. Inconceivable, isn't it? Only the divine power of the skeletal staff can allow us to enjoy the beauty of youth while possessing endless lifespan. Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, who had lived for 170 years, took a deep breath of fresh air and proudly said to Han Shuo, Han Shua's eyes sparkled as he greedily looked at the skeletal staff in his hand. His heart was filled with pleasant surprise as he muttered, No wonder, I always felt that the skeletal staff had another use. I didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect." Wolf seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shua's pleasant surprise. Wolf, who looked to be in his 20s, was filled with the elegance of a noble. It was unknown when a sharp knife had appeared in his right hand. In front of Han Shua, Wolf meticulously trimmed his fingertips that were originally as sharp as knives. While Han Shua was astonished, Wolf finished trimming his knife-like fingernails. Under the moonlight, he joyfully looked at his 2 sparkling white hands and sighed. "How many years has it been? Ever since I fused with the Fey corpse, my slender and beautiful hands have disappeared, replaced by a pair of knife-like claws. Oh, my beautiful hands have finally appeared once again. I no longer have to hide in the endless darkness and use a black robe to wrap this body that can't be seen by others." After fusing with the old Fey corpse, not only was his body filled with the strong smell of rotting corpses, it also made his body look neither human nor ghost. Although Wolf had obtained a long lifespan, he would never dare to walk openly in public. Otherwise, even if the Church of Light didn't do anything to him, some adventurers who didn't know the truth would consider him an undead creature and crusade against him. Han Shua was as happy as Wolf. He excitedly studied the skeletal staff in his hand, but couldn't find the source of its mysterious power of rejuvenation. He also didn't know how to cast the spell. After hesitating for a while, Han Shua looked at Wolf with a smile and said, "Perhaps you can tell me the secret of this skeletal staff's rejuvenation?" Wolf's young face had a strange smile. He looked at Han Shua and shook his head, saying softly, "Unless you personally admit that you are a member of our Calamity Church and return to our holy land with me, only then will you be able to learn the true secret of the skeletal staff." Han Shua coldly snorted and stored the skeletal staff into his space ring. He indifferently said, "I am still young and don't need this mysterious power for the time being. If you don't have anything else, then don't delay my return. All right then, please protect yourself well. I need to return to the Holy Land immediately and report in detail the events of the past few days." Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf nodded and smiled. He finally glanced at Han Shua and slightly bowed in a standard ancient noble etiquette. He said, "Thank you, Brian. You are an inconceivable person. I think you must have received the favor of our God. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future." After saying this, Wolf didn't continue to stay here. He slowly hid in the darkness in front of him with a happy mood. After a while, when Han Shua couldn't detect a trace of Wolf's aura, he summoned the Earth Elite zombie and spat out 6 magic crystal cannons from the ground. He continued to use the Een demons to scout the surroundings while continuing to travel in the direction of Bretel City. At noon the next day, under the scorching sun, Han Shua and a group of zombie warriors walked on a rugged grassy path under the shade of trees. When they passed by a clear river, Han Shua had no choice but to temporarily stop his journey when he saw the small river blocking their path. There was no such clean and clear river in the desolate, damp, and dark other world. Although undead creatures like zombie warriors weren't afraid of the corrosion of flowing water, this small river didn't seem shallow. It wouldn't be an easy task for zombie warriors to push 6 magic crystal cannons across the river. Magic crystal cannons were made of many precious magical materials. Some of them had magical reactions with water. Although Han Shua didn't know the operating principle of magic crystal cannons, he had some understanding of common sense. He couldn't guarantee that these 6 magic crystal cannons wouldn't have any adverse reactions when they entered the water. The sunlight above their heads was a bit strong. The bushes of trees blocked some of the sunlight, drawing long and strange shadows on the ground. Looking at the river that appeared in front of them, Han Shua hesitated for a moment before finally waking up Helen Tina, who had been unconscious for a long time. It had been nearly 2 days since Han Shua had made Helen Tina unconscious. In order to avoid trouble when Tina woke up, Han Shuo hadn't cared about her. Now that the magical yuan confinement in Tina's body had been removed, she was still slowly waking up, but her stomach was the first to react. Grumble, a hungry groan suddenly sounded from Tina's flat stomach. At first, the sound was very soft, but as Tina's body gradually recovered, the sound of protest in her stomach grew louder and louder. It was also at this time that Tina slowly woke up. When she raised her head and saw Han Shuo in front of her with a mischievous smile, Tina instinctively protected her entire body. She then calmed down slightly and looked coldly at Han Shuo, shouting, "What do you want to do?" "What should be done has been done. What's the use of you protecting yourself now? When you were unconscious, I've already tasted the wonders of your body. TSK, it's really intoxicating." Thinking of Tina's relentless pursuit and the harm that Duchy had caused to the people of Bretel City, Han Shuo maliciously laughed lecherously. Sure enough, when Han Shuo's lecherous laughter sounded, Tina was immediately struck by lightning. She stood there blankly, her face filled with desolation. However, Tina's disheartened and desolate appearance only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a pair of resentful and sinister eyes condensed on Han Shuo's body. Being stared at by Tina's ice-cold eyes filled with endless resentment, even Han Shuo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if a venomous snake had silently crept up behind his neck, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Afterwards, no matter what Han Shuo said or asked, Tina didn't say a word. She also didn't care about the protests of her stomach. She just stared coldly at Han Shuo with resentful eyes, making Han Shuo feel cold all over and uncomfortable all over. After a while, Han Shuo finally admitted defeat. His scalp was numb as he waved his hand and said, "Damn it, I'm not interested in a woman like you. I need you to exchange for 1,000,000 gold coins. I won't do anything to you so easily. All right, I admit that I was just deceiving you. There, your 6 magic crystal cannons are right there. Now, tell me, are the magic crystal cannons afraid of water?" After Han Shuo finished speaking, Tina's expression of endless resentment eased slightly. However, she still stared at Han Shuo suspiciously. After a while, she sighed softly and said to Han Shuo, "You really didn't do anything to me?" "Nonsense, you have hands and feet now. I'm not trapping you. Can't you check yourself?" Han Shuo scolded, and then said in a low voice, "However, seeing that you're famous for being a beauty, I reckon that you're no longer a virgin. I'm afraid that I really couldn't check." "Pa." Tina casually grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it at Han Shuo. She glared angrily at Han Shuo and shouted angrily, "You damned men, none of you are good." After saying this, Tina shyly clamped her thighs together. It was unknown what method she used, but she actually frowned in joy. When she saw Han Shuo turn his head away indifferently, she immediately thought of something and quickly took out the magic staff from her space ring. She quickly chanted a high, rank fire spell, Torrential Flames. Unfortunately, after chanting the spell, Tina, who was waving her magic staff, discovered that she couldn't mobilize an ounce of mental strength. She immediately turned pale with fright and looked at Han Shuo. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted in panic, "Evil and filthy necromancer, what did you do to me? Why don't I have any mental strength?" Han Shuo, who had a panoramic view of Tina's actions through a Yin demon, turned his head back as if nothing had happened. He flashed a brilliant smile and said gently, "Don't waste your energy. Don't even think of chanting a spell before I release you. Ha ha, but you don't have to worry. As long as that fire phoenix of yours takes out 1,000,000 gold coins, I will release you in one piece. You will also be able to use your mental strength again." Tina was shocked when she heard these words. She was astonished at Han Shuo's remarkable abilities. Tina herself was also a fire mage who wasn't weak. According to her knowledge, this kind of mental strength imprisonment method wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Even a grand magus would need the assistance of some magic scrolls or magic arrays if they wanted to imprison the mental strength of an archmage. Han Shuo, at such a young age, was able to miraculously possess this kind of mental strength imprisonment ability. This was simply inconceivable to her. However, after recovering from her shock, Helentina quickly remembered some restless elements in the Hellen Empire. She understood that once those people knew that she had been captured alive, they would only take the opportunity to seize control of the Hellen Empire. They definitely wouldn't take out 1,000,000 gold coins to ransom her. Even that Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy, who seemed to be madly pursuing her, would probably only consider sending troops to the Hellen Duchy and seize the opportunity to seize it. You should just kill me. No one will come to ransom me, not a single one. Helentina shook her head desolately, looking at Han Shuo disheartenedly as she spoke. Chapter 313. Humph, don't give me that. I won't touch you or let you go if I don't get 1,000,000 gold coins. Helentina had always been famous among the 7 grand duchies for her insidious schemes. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't believe her words. Looking coldly at Helentina, Han Shuo said, "Magic crystal cannons are made from many rare magic materials. I want to know if they're afraid of water?" The first thing Helentina did when she woke up was to look around her surroundings. She'd long since seen the group of zombie warriors supporting the 6 magic crystal cannons in front of the little river. She'd only been distracted by Han Shuo's threat to defile her. Now that she heard Han Shuo mention the magic crystal cannons, Helentina flew into a rage. She glared at Han Shuo and shouted, "Don't even think about getting any useful information out of my mouth, you damned bandit!" Bandit? Haha, your Hellen Duchy is the real bandit. Brettel City has been plundered day and night by you all these years, turning from a large city with a population of hundreds of thousands into a dead little city with only a few tens of thousands. The citizens have long since lost hope and longing for life. Isn't this all because of you? You actually have the face to call me a bandit? Haha. Han Shuo recalled the scenes he'd seen on his way to Brettel City. The miserable state of people with no clothes to cover their bodies and food to fill their stomachs. His heart was also filled with resentment. Hearing Han Shuo's words, Helentina's charming face turned cold. War is like this. When your Lancelot Empire invaded our 7 grand duchies, didn't you also burn, kill, and loot? If it wasn't for our 7 grand duchies joining forces to drive you back, I'm afraid all of our citizens would have become slaves. Helentina's words were reasonable. Han Shuo thought for a moment and didn't continue to harp on this matter. Seeing that Helentina didn't have the slightest intention to speak, Han Shuo coldly said, "Do you think I have no other way even if you don't say anything? It's just a matter of a bit more time. For a necromancer, this kind of laborious matter is never a problem." Han Shuo didn't pay any more attention to Helentina after he finished speaking. He started chanting a magical incantation, summoning the wrinkled wood elite zombie. As soon as the wood elite zombie appeared, Han Shuo focused his attention and gave him an order. With the help of the wood elite zombie, the master of the forest, the large trees were uprooted one by one. The demon's lair edge sliced the tree trunks into sections, and the wood elite zombie wrapped the sections with soft branches. It took Han Shuo and the wood elite zombie half an hour to make 6 enormous wooden rafts. During this process, Helentina kept a close eye on Han Shuo and the wood elite zombie as she took out some bread from her space ring and swallowed it in a reserved manner. However, perhaps because she had been starving for too long, the speed at which she swallowed the bread was extremely fast. When the 6 wooden rafts were successfully made and pushed towards the small river by the zombie warriors, Helentina finally couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those from the Church of Light want to kill you, so you can summon such miraculous undead creatures. Helentina didn't know that the miraculous wood elite zombie was actually refined from the most ordinary zombie warriors. After the 6 enormous wooden rafts were launched and the zombie warriors pushed the magic crystal cannons onto the rafts, Han Shuo finally let out a light breath and sent the wood elite zombie and the rest of the zombie warriors back to the other dimension. There were only 4 zombie warriors paddling on each raft. Under the strength of the 4 zombie warriors, the 6 wooden rafts loaded with magic crystal cannons slowly began to move towards the other side of the river. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo once again appeared behind Helentina. His large hand pressed against Helentina's neck, and he softly said, "You should rest." After making Helentina unconscious, Han Shuo easily picked her up and slowly flew into the air. He landed on the foremost raft and commanded the zombie warriors to cross the river. Han Shuo avoided a few scattered groups of bandits and some mercenaries who made a living nearby. He finally arrived at the city gates of Bretel City without any mishaps. The temperature of the spring night was just right. The bright moonlight gently shone on the earth. If it wasn't for the dense death aura surrounding the zombie warriors pushing the magic crystal cannons, this would be a warm and cozy night scene. When they were about to reach Bretel City's gates, the soldiers on the towers were alarmed by the moonlight reflected by the magic crystal cannons. When they saw the 6 enormous cannons aimed at the towers, with some strange stiff shadows pushing them from behind, they immediately paled in fright. "Who goes there?" The soldiers on the cannons shouted from afar before Han Shuo could even get close. Compared to the last time he'd come here, the current Bretel City that was riddled with holes had long since been repaired. The city gates had been replaced with enormous, dark, sturdy iron gates. After experiencing the last punitive expedition against the bandits, the soldiers who'd originally lacked any courage had now gained a bit of determination and calmness. The armor of the soldiers on the city walls was abnormally bright under the moonlight. The soldiers seemed quite imposing as they hurriedly raised their crossbows and aimed at the zombie warriors. More and more soldiers arrived on the cannons at the city gates under warning calls, all of them aiming their crossbows downwards. After experiencing the lack of defenses the last time he'd entered the city and facing the vigilance of the soldiers this time, Han Shuo truly understood that Bretel City was indeed different now. Due to the distance, the soldiers couldn't clearly see Han Shuo's appearance. However, Han Shuo could clearly see the silhouettes of the soldiers on the city towers. "Open the city gates. You bastards, you don't even recognize me anymore." Han Shuo's voice suddenly rang out, spreading throughout the entire city tower. "City Lord, it's the City Lord. The City Lord has returned." Although the soldiers on the tower couldn't see Han Shuo clearly, they could definitely hear Han Shuo's voice. As they all cried out in surprise, the city gates gradually opened. After the city gates were opened, the zombie warriors pushing the heavy magic crystal cannons finally slowly entered Bretel City. Although it was already nighttime, Fok quickly rushed over upon hearing the news and arrived at Han Shuo's side not long after. This is. Fok bowed respectfully towards Han Shuo as soon as he arrived. His expression immediately changed as he saw the 6 magic crystal cannons being pushed by the zombie warriors. Fok's expression immediately changed as he exclaimed excitedly, "It's the magic crystal cannons and the powerful Thunder God at that. Each of these cannons costs at least 100,000 gold coins. They can release a terrifying attack power through the magic crystal ore. On the battlefield, these magic crystal cannons are simply invincible weapons. City Lord, where did you get them?" Fok was indeed a seasoned soldier who had been baptized on the battlefield for many years. He finally recognized these 6 magic crystal cannons and even said the name Thunder God. Han Shuo only knew about the magic crystal cannons, but he didn't know much about their models and types. When he heard that Fok was so familiar with the magic crystal cannons, Han Shuo happily said, "Then you should know how to use these 6 magic crystal cannons." "Of course, as long as there are enough magic crystal ores. These magic crystal cannons are very easy to operate. If there are enough magic crystal ores, each shot from these Thunder God cannons is equivalent to an Archmage's most powerful attack. If there are enough magic crystal ores, the magic crystal cannons can continuously reflect attacks without running out of mental strength or mana. Fok smiled confidently as he spoke. He walked in front of one of the magic crystal cannons. No one knew how he moved, but a small box split open at the bottom of the cannon. Oh, there are ready-made magic crystal ores here. It's enough to fire 5 or 6 shots. Ha ha! Some damned bandits have been wandering around Bretel City recently. It looks like they're planning on making a move on Bretel City again. I was worried about how to deal with them. With these 6 magic crystal cannons, I'll make them regret it. Fok grinned coldly as he looked at the 6 magic crystal cannons. It looked like he was planning on using these 6 magic crystal cannons to do something big. All right then, I'll leave these 6 magic crystal cannons to you. Han Shua immediately gave the order and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. The soldiers, including Fok, had seen the stunning Helen wrapped around Han Shua's arm from the start. Helen Tina had obviously fainted, so these people naturally wouldn't ask about the city lord's private matters. When they saw Han Shua heading straight for the city lord's mansion, these people glanced at Helen's alluring body a few times, chuckling lightly in their hearts. Therefore, on the night that Han Shua brought Helen Tina back to Bretel City, some rumors and slanders began to spread in Bretel City. These people still didn't know Helen Tina's identity, but her beauty had left a deep impression on the soldiers. Therefore, in their moment of envy and jealousy towards Han Shua, all sorts of lewd guesses and rumors began to spread. After bringing Helen Tina back to the city lord's mansion and locking her up, Han Shua anxiously headed straight for the secret chamber. Not long after he'd arrived in Bretel City, Han Shua sensed a distant call. This call was much weaker after being separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, but Han Shua's consciousness had already formed at the separate demon realm. He actually sensed it. It looked like the Fire Elite zombie was about to come out.